Hello, everyone, and welcome back to session 43 of Echoes of the Forgotten, a homebrew D&D campaign. So I'm just making sure my cat's okay. There is a dog in the house, and she enjoys the dog very much, so that she hides in my room. Anyway, we're back. It's been a break for D&D for me for like almost 2 weeks, which is fantastic. I've written nothing, so this is all improv. Let's go. Inspiration is handed out to Tara, Christine, and Ark for this week, and we will begin with Darren explaining what happened.
Last time on Echoes, the gatekeepers concluded their trip to Tempest Bay, having been smuggled safely out of the capital. They theory-crafted some plans and sent some messages, organized a meeting with Maria Ariante, though she'd be of no help crossing the city itself, and once they docked, they split up to maximize their stealth. Xavier went first, winding his way through the docks but wasting no time to reach a cargo lift and hide amongst the boxes. Once it reached top, he headed right for the meeting place with Maria, scattered it out while invisible, and then found a nice spot to stand while he waited for everyone else to arrive. Unbeknownst to him, his invisibility would not last as long as expected, and he found himself set upon by two startled Ariante house guard. They rushed in to attack, and he just stood there, not trying to defend himself. They were so confused they stopped, and, when Xavier explained he had a meeting with the Baroness, one of them left quickly to ascertain the truth of the matter. Once he was taken inside to a seating room and asked to wait. Meanwhile, the rest of the party made their way off the ship and split up even further. Christine and Zava did the same as Xavier, while Cyrus, Selena, Akfa, and Terra scaled the hundreds of stairs that occupied the cliff connecting the docks to the city. Christine's trip was not as smooth as Xavier's, though being invisible helped avoid any risk of being detected, and soon she waited, hiding in an alley for their allies to arrive. The rest of the group charged their way up the cliff, reached the top to discover that Terra had slipped away at some point, changed form, and returned with a more youthful appearance. They crossed the city undisturbed and met up with Christine. Attempts to lie their way past the guards didn't work as intended, but they were still ushered inside once the truth was brought forth. Xavier was collected along the way, and they were taken to a larger sitting room. After a few minutes of waiting, their host, Maria Ariante, the Baroness of Tempest Bay, arrived. The party attempted to broker a deal to keep her out of the conflict between themselves and the caretaker, but she chose to counter this offer, instead offering to assist them for assurances for her family, and she sought collateral in the form of Zava, who she promised to keep safe as long as the deal was upheld. Much discussion was had back and forth, and eventually it was decided that the guest would be allowed to stay, and if certain concessions were held to, she would even be sent to Arki for treatment in only a few months. During the latter end of the discussion, Akfa left to speak with a certain guard he recognized, and returned when Christine started doing weird shit again. The meeting concluded, the party left and found various methods to take advantage of Ariante hospitality. After a rest, the gatekeepers settled down to rest, though the amount of rest they received varied per individual. As the sun rises, their ship to the KC leaves on the morrow. What are they going to do to kill time?
It is the 14th of Falk, and it's a roundabout early morning whenever anyone wants to wake up. You have a day of downtime.
Well, there was that weird dream.
There was that weird dream.
Yeah, you guys dreamed?
Yeah, I had a dream.
Yeah, I dreamed so much so that Akbar is going to go wait that following morning outside Osiris's door. Just leaning against the wall.
Xavier would also be waiting for Osiris outside his door.
Joke's on you guys, I already left.
Oh.
And he's waiting outside someone
I
else's
said
door.
at the end of last session that I need to go shopping, and Osiris is an old man who wakes up incredibly early and goes to bed just as early.
So you're waiting outside the shopkeeper's
and
door.
he comes back to his
And
room.
Lord,
and
what time do you get up?
Like pre-dawn.
Huh.
You know what, that's fair.
I like the idea that, you cut to Judas, to Xavier waking up in the morning, the sun is just barely about to touch the horizon, cuts over to Arkfur climbing out his window at the same time, getting ready to head over to Osiris' room, and then it hard cuts to Osiris' empty room, and then it cuts across the entire city to Osiris just standing in front of a door of a shop, just waiting with a little granny cart.
Yep.
So, you come here often, Xavier?
Yes. You see, it's easier to talk with people of my age.
How old are you?
37, but to be honest, you guys are all young.
Fuck, you're old.
Yes.
I can still outrun you.
Yeah, I'm not that limber. I was working on fixing the Cyrus. We had a little plan today. By some
I want to
hide
talk to
and
him
seek.
about a dream I had.
I also had a dream. Which was about. It's mine is weird.
You know what? And then we, cut to black. Because I will just recap it that way.
Yep. You discuss your dream with a cool looking gauntlet at the end of it.
Yeah, it's about a black and white gauntlet.
That is, sounds ominous. I believe you told me that those were probably the two gods underneath Papyrus.
I see it as balance. I think I want to discuss and maybe later bring it up with the rest of the group as well that I think our paths are changing a little. By choice, I mean, not by fate or anything.
Mine was not that dissimilar, but almost as ominous. And I was similar. I was in a courtroom and everything was empty except for these scales. And as I went to the scales, they got bigger and bigger until I started having to climb it. Because everything I've been doing has just been weighing on me. And when I got to the top, I saw the giant eye, which I'm only assuming is Tabris. Finally answering my calls, but I'm not even sure what to do, to be honest.
I guess we'll see if it's the justice you seek. I'm sorry, Xavier, my faith in that god is long gone. But if you still want to believe, then I won't stop you.
I'm honestly starting to waver with everything that's happened. What is justice? Taking a man in when he's almost dead, nursing him back to health, indoctrinating him into your faith, and then only to stab him in the back at your earliest convenience. Hey, that's justice, right?
We may never know. It varies for everyone. For me, justice is simple. It's doing the right thing when you know you have to. Should we check if he's in there or let him sleep?
Yes, hang on. Cyrus! In there?
You're lucky I don't have glyph of warding.
It's a glyph of warding set up with an automated illusion that just says, "Come back later, getting changed." What a waste.
I like to think
Is
at this
the
point.
door
What a
locked?
good use, you mean?
That's a good question. Is the door locked?
It's up to Osiris.
Do the doors have locks?
Yeah, they would have little locks.
No.
I'll open the door.
I'd like to think at this point that like Selena's like walked out of her room with 1,000-yard stare and like she's probably further up the hall than you, so she's like sort of walking down the hall and she's just kind of like, "What are you doing?"
Oh, we're waiting for Cyrus, but apparently he's not in his room.
I think it's up really early.
He's been kidnapped.
You know what? That makes sense.
He might have gone shopping.
Wish I
Well,
knew soon.
I'm gonna go
You
sit
guys-
on his rug until he gets back.
Hey,
You guys look like
if
you've
you're
had
gonna,
about
if you're
as
gonna,
much.
go and sit there. Want to go spot?
You know what? That could be fun.
Sure.
Fists only?
Of course.
May I watch?
Of course. Hell, you can even join if you want to.
I could try, but you would probably kill me.
We take it lightly, don't worry.
You know what? After the night I just had, why not?
So the
Does
three
that-
of you head off to go find somewhere to like just have a little spa. In varying degrees of martial prowess.
Oh, you mean
What?
beat the shit? I thought you meant like a spa retreat.
No!
Like punch and kick and
Why are you participating in that?
Why not both?
Can it be both?
I had a bad dream. I just need to like
Have a spa day.
try.
they punch and kick while currently having hot coals resting on their shoulders.
So I had this. I think that if one of, if Osiris turned invisible, that I could, learn to see things and.
Let's just-
anticipate where things are.
Let's just cut away from this scene of suggested masculinity and pulsing muscles and suggestive grunts, and just cut across
But
to
why?
literally anything else going on.
I just like the idea like they're all like masculine.
How's you giving up your mum going? Oh, question to me?
Who wants to go
yeah.
next?
Sure. This one's not gonna be very long. Probably for the morning, I think especially, it's that sort of thing where she wakes up very early because of the dream with being left with the questions she has. She wouldn't be going back to sleep anytime soon. Probably spends a few hours just to herself, kind of in her own head, every now and then kind of glancing around. Am I in the room with Zaba?
Yeah.
I think you said you were together.
Yeah, okay. Just double
She's sort of just sleeping on the bed.
Yeah. I'd probably just glance towards her, like, while just in thought about everything that's happened. Kind of glance out, like, say a window, just out into the world, and back to, like, my own hands. And that probably happens for a good while, just unsureness of what to really do next. But then after that, the kind of, I guess, the events of the day prior flood back in a way, and it's just that kind of thing of just quietness, not really leaving her side, just getting closer as close as she can before she can't anymore. She doesn't go out, doesn't do anything, just stays there.
Okay.
I know that we cut away from the sparring thing, but is someone going to teach me how to spar, and can I roll like a disadvantage strength check?
Yes.
Do you want me to roll something to teach?
You know what? Yeah. I feel like you would probably want to teach most. Roll some kind of intelligence check.
Oh shit!
Intelligence, athletics.
Yes.
Yeah, just have
It's like
a
the
just
blind
have an
leading the
intelligence.
blind. Oh my god.
Pretty good. So
And if you count for neither, no, it's still a -1. Never mind.
it's okay. It's a 17. So I'll say if you want to, Selena, you can roll a athletics check, just flat, because you're high enough so you don't have disadvantage.
She has had like probably 30 minutes sleep all night.
Yep. He had a high enough roll
Alright.
that you would have disadvantage, but his roll was good enough that you're getting advantage from him, which
Okay.
cancels it out.
Is it just like sparring, like as in like blocking, or are we
I
using
get the
weapons?
feeling it'd be more letting you have free hits, to be honest. But yeah, it'd be.
Man's not
you
gonna
know,
stop anything because it won't
it'd be
hurt him.
essentially hand-to-hand combat. It's just.
Oh, I don't know what the hell happened then. Why did I? Oh.
Well,
you
you
rolled a
dropped.
20.
Well, the first was a 20. The first was a 20 though. If you would have had
So-
the flat roll.
You did it
roll.
before.
I forgot to. I didn't realize that I had like straight up
Exhaustion on you.
disadvantage because
You
I.
set up all that.
Yeah, I did.
So
Okay.
you are very surprised, Arkva, as you're like trying to tell her, some of the main stances and whatnot to do things. And then Selena, you flash back to like a few times that Corp trained you into some minor self-defense things when you
I
were
wanna.
younger.
Can I
Go
flavor
for
this? She is like just hitting like a punt to begin with. Like she is just not doing anything. And then you say something that's kind of like,
Oh god, you're not gonna fucking illusion me as court, are you?
no, it's like something like,
No.
I don't know, sassy or like
Mhm.
something along those lines of an Arkva sort of thing to say. And then she just kind of like gets frustrated, her eyes glow like blue, and then she kind of hits you in the solar plexus. Reasonably hard. And then she's just like, oops.
Eh, it's all part of the fun.
I actually pushed you back a little bit. How did I do that?
Well, you see, fighting's not so much about strength as it is knowing the, let's just call it the gravity where someone sort of is centered.
Okay.
Don't ask why Jakura Arkva knows about that, but
Well, that was fun. I think I'm just gonna watch you two idiots play. And she just goes and sits down on the grass.
you take 1 point of damage.
By technical definition, that would, what's your AC?
19.
She hits.
Yeah.
Only
Well,
just.
natural 20 always hits.
True.
Yeah, that is true.
Oh,
So
you
I
take
would've
2
taken
points of
2
damage.
I raged to reduce it to 1.
Ah, okay, I see.
Yeah, well, you learn. You're learning. That's good.
I rolled a nat 20. I can't
Totally
believe
not having to pay attention to Xavier trying to hit as well.
that.
Whatever makes you sleep better at night, man.
Okay. So with you, with that scene going down and Selena getting a hit off that she didn't expect, and Christine being as depressed as we did expect, who's next?
Will it be Terror or Osiris?
Who wants to go next? Who has a thing?
I don't mind. I'll do this thing.
Okay.
Do the thing.
I go to the shops.
Go to the shops.
That's an
Did the
interesting
thing.
thing.
I look for somewhere that I'm able to sell magic items. Potentially.
You make your way back towards the docks. The upper city doesn't really have a magic item store, as it were. But you make your way towards where, like, you think there's magic. There's the fireworks, and there's a whole bunch of, like, magical stuff on the dockyard, so...
If I don't find anywhere that I'm looking for that's, like, typical magic shop, I'll go to, like, fireworks and see if they can give me, like, a reduced price, I guess.
Yeah. You eventually climb your way back down the stairs and make your way to this large strip of like shops of different kinds. You've got a whole bunch of shipwright stores. There's a tattoo parlor, a couple like pubs, and yeah, one of the large buildings here is the fireworks, and one adjacent to it, a bit smaller, called the Essence Inscriber.
Say Essence Inscriber?
Yes.
That's cool then. I go into that one.
1 minute. Just need to get
Open up note.
notes.
I tried to give you as much warning. I
No,
told
no.
you guys that's what I was doing last.
No, our notes are a mess. It's not a you. It's the notes are a mess.
It's not concise.
There's 75
everywhere.
pages of notes to go through about different places.
Yo, it's like my notes.
Yeah. Okay. As you enter, you see it's almost like a lab of sorts. You've got large sections of wall that have got these large vial tanks, like similar to the ones that are injected into like the elevators from before. You see there's a whole bunch of like people wearing like white lab coat-esque things as they're doing stuff. And as you approach like this sort of front desks that appears to be empty, but then one of the people that are working there notices where you are and walks over. Hello. What do you want? What's up?
Morning. I'm hoping to potentially sell some things that I have that I'm hoping you might be interested in.
Yeah, what do you got? Let's have a look. What do you think of selling?
I pull out my wand of magic missile, put that on the counter. I'll pull out my bottle of sovereign glue.
These are both interesting experiments. Yeah, we can buy these off you. You sure you don't want them?
Oh, it's not a matter of me not wanting them. It's a matter of me being broke.
One second. Yeah, I can do a base price of 500 for the wand and 200 for the gold. Yeah, 200 for the glue.
I mean, I believe the wand is a fair price, but I mean, this is sovereign glue. You know, it sticks to anything. If I attempted asking for more money, how about 350?
Roll a persuasion.
I'm doing it, guys. I'm doing the haggling.
I believe
The best I can do is 50 GP. Wait a minute.
That's
Oh.
also not 20.
Lol.
This is true that it is sovereign glue and it is attaching to things, but we're probably gonna get rid of it really quickly if the experiments work.
Just means you can sell it at a higher price.
I don't think we're selling it. I'm not gonna lie.
Then it's a perfectly good investment.
I can do 275.
Yeah, alright. I shake. What am I looking at? Like, species-wise, he sounds small.
He's like a gnome,
What he is.
little gnome guy.
I offer my hand to the gnome.
He shakes
When you
it.
reach out, he takes your hand. His tiny little hand completely engulfed in yours. You see, like, as his sleeve slips down his arm, there's a combination of like what looks like strange tattoos and horrible burns, scars, hands and arms. As he shakes your hand, he's like, "It's a great deal," and he immediately hops off the little stool, runs out to grab the gold, and come back with it.
What's on your arm, friend?
Oh, well, just do an experiment. He like rolls up his sleeve, and you see sort of like a one of those medical like injector sites. Like it's like sort of like this metal disc with a hole in it, sort of based in his arm, and all the scars and like these pulsating lines sort of line up with it. Yeah, we're seeing what happens when you inject essence into a body.
Wouldn't you go pop?
Have we done yet?
I mean, if it works, it works. Cyrus shrugs, not wanting to waste too much energy thinking about how poorly everything can go from what he just said.
Just looking at the scars and like damage to this man's arm, you would assume things can go rather poorly. Yes.
Do you
Yeah.
even still have feeling in your hands anymore?
Oh no, I lost that like week 3.
God.
Do you guys sell anything in particular?
No, this is much more of a research facility. If you want proper selling, you'd have to go to Ghislaine. We don't really make anything. The file smithy next door makes the things and ships them off to stores around the country and the continent.
Not even magical paper and ink? I figured from your sign you might have something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we can lend you some. It's difficult to get it here, and we get a lot usually for notes and such. How much do you need?
I wish I did the math earlier. I don't know.
I'm assuming it's for a number of spells.
Yeah.
Do you know what the spells are?
No.
Okay, how about we
Okay.
just say we go, and then you tell tell Emil or AJ the amount, and then we'll just tell you how much gold it will cost.
I would like this amount, please.
Yeah.
Ah,
You
yes,
say-
here is this amount for you.
Given the deal and a nat 20 persuasion, he'll be able to grab a few items, and he'll sell them to you for like standard rate. So you're not going to get
Yeah.
because this guy doesn't normally sell stuff. So hey,
Yeah,
he'll
no, that's
sell
fair.
it. But we can just hand wave the amount for now, and then when you figure out how much you need, we can be like, yeah, sure.
And you'll just take it off from what you get for the trade. He probably will just give you the paper.
Which was
775.
775. Yeah.
Alright, I'll do some maths.
Pleasure doing business with you. And if
Pleasure's all mine.
you need any more money, we are looking for experiments. Isn't a nice word. Volunteers. That's a good word.
Or
Points to his arm. And other stuff.
how long would that take?
Huh.
How's 4 hours of my time? What is that worth to you?
He sort of just looks at us like, hey, can we do anything in 4 hours that he looks to you won't damage you completely?
I knock on my like the front of my carapace and be like, I'm pretty sturdy.
He looks
Yeah,
at like
you-
the rest of the other guys and they're just like, yeah?
I'm gonna roll a thing here.
He's gonna roll a thing.
Oh,
And we never heard from Osiris again.
Yeah, so this is how I
That's
introduce
alright.
my new character, right?
Oh, I see. This makes sense now.
And then Osiris died. Okay.
But yeah, if you allow it, they'll pick your brains for 4 hours. A bit of it is seeing what you can do normally, and then the rest is sort of like nothing intense, like using the injection site, but it's more like seeing what happens. See-
I am down to have an injection site. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Okay.
If you will let them inject file essence into you somewhere,
My God.
they'll give you 120 gold.
Yep. I asked if they could put the injection site on the back of my, on the front of, on the shell part.
That's gonna be a bit difficult to, drill into your body, but we can try.
I grab a piece of scrap leather and I put it in between my mouth and I bite down real hard.
Oh,
We're not savages.
Crazy.
We're not savages. he just like puts like he casts an ice spell to like numb the pain.
Like I'll like after it, like during or after, like I'll cast a couple healing words on myself to make it not hurt as bad. Just let me know how many spell slots you reckon that'll be.
Well,
At least a couple. It's uncomfortable. You're feeling something new in your body that shouldn't be there.
Like,
Maybe a
the
couple
drilling-
second
the
levels.
I'll
drilling
tick off
sucks.
3.
Yeah.
3 firsts.
Okay. And can you do me a favor and just roll me 2
Oh.
Constitution saving throws?
you're good at those, right?
No.
Oh no!
I mean that's 20.
Yeah, you're good at those, right?
And that's a 14. It's not bad.
Pretty good. Pretty good. The drilling through like a small enough hole in your shell to actually like be able to do this is not nice. But that part doesn't go super badly. You've been stabbed through the shell before and shot with a crossbow in the chest, so it's like, a
Happens.
small drill is not as bad.
Pain is just progress in disguise.
Yeah, sure. That part's okay. But when they then wheel over this like tank of fluid, they give you the option of either fire, earth, water, or air.
I feel like my affinity towards water might yield maybe not better results, but safer results. So we'll go with water.
That makes
Alright,
sense.
You know what? He's right.
I'm gonna like to have fire put into me. Water?
So-
I drink water every day.
They run a small needle through the hole they make, and eventually you feel it pierce your actual skin. And then they unstopper a part of it, and you watch the fluid file down, go down the needle, the tube, into your actual, into the shell. For a moment, there's nothing. And then you feel very cold for a minute.
Is this like Wolverine moments? Like with the
Injecting
adamantium?
adamantium.
Yeah.
How long You can't. You can hold your breath a long time, yeah.
Oh my
I can
god.
hold my breath for exactly
Isn't it
1
combat
hour and 1
minutes?
minute.
Yeah.
Okay. So they put this water vial into your chest, and you feel the pulse, very cold in your chest, that spreads. Not like a massive amount. It spreads like around you, like a pec area, probably up to the shoulder at one point. You can look down and see the edge where the shoulder is kind of coming out of the shell. These like veins of blue energy are pulsing, and it doesn't burn so much as like pull away all of the heat in that part of your body where it's passing through. And because you're a turtle, luckily things don't go horrendously bad as you suddenly can't breathe, as you just hold your breath. And after only about 10 minutes, it actually seems to go away.
I relay what happened to the known individuals.
Write that down. Write that down. Says like a.
Furiously taking notes. I'm gonna say, I rolled for how bad that could be, and it rolled very low.
Yeah, because it was meant to happen.
Yeah. So yeah, they inject it. You feel this like when that cold sensation stays there, like for hours. You don't really get any feeling back in that part of your body for quite a while. But yeah, after about 20 minutes, you feel like you can breathe again like normal. You can feel like you can move your shoulders and chest. A bit raw, but it's not too horrible.
But also it feels like that anyway because old age.
Sure,
Feels like you
why
just
not?
aged more.
Yeah, it feels like that one part of you just aged like an extra 100 years.
Oof.
Well, life's all about experiences, I suppose.
Yeah.
I would be wary of doing that to anyone else who cannot hold their breath so well.
Noted. And then you see,
Yeah.
you look over, one of them's writing a note, and they just write down, precaution, cast water breathing, / use an air bubble,
/ find an edge Nazi.
/ what happens if we inject it into a warforged?
Ooh.
And then you say is the one that's been tending to you all goes back into the back and gives you 120 more gold.
Cool. So that's 995.
Yep.
Sure.
Can I roll a
That sounds like
persuasion
money.
check to see if he'll give me an extra 5 to make it an even 1?
Sure.
For almost drowning you.
He chose to be almost drowned.
Yeah, hey.
And there were no bad things that happened. That was cocked.
Well, definitely a cock roll. I'll say with 14, yeah, he'll give you an extra 5 gold just to make it an even 1,000.
Cool. We like round numbers here.
So do they.
Nice.
And if you ever want to do more experiments, you know where to find us.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'll probably see you next time I'm here, I guess.
Cool.
Leaving soon. Good day. And he walks out.
As you leave, I was like, alright, let's fucking inject this glue with fire.
I thought he was just gonna say let's inject
Hell
this glue.
yeah.
Full stop.
Yeah, as you're on the way out of the room, like when you've been sitting there the whole time, you realize that those tanks, you don't really see it when you walk in because it's kind of hidden off to the side, but each of them have these very like surgical looking needles and stuff attached to them all, and on the way out of the room it looks a bit more intimidating than on the way in.
It's designed that way.
Yes. Cool. You just head back home. Tara, what are you doing this whole time? / the morning. Is she there? Are you muted or push talk?
She did say that she will probably have to go mute a bit.
Well, we'll come back to Mim when she gets back. What I'll say is, as you're leaving the area, Osiris, you're making your way out back towards the stairs to head your way up. And as you're making your way up the area, you see a little like kind of crowd has gathered partway up one of the staircases.
Okay.
As you start moving closer towards them, you see like they're basically people gathered up, like not the whole way up, but a few flights up. They're like pointing out kind of towards the dock area, and when you follow like where they're looking, they're pointing to a specific ship that appears to be in dock that wasn't like. Who knows if it was there the day before? You guys didn't really see it. But it's this very large, like three-masted, like this very resplendent-looking vessel in the docks, and you hear people. It's like, "Is that?" It's like, "Oh, that's the trade envoy ship." It's like, "Yeah," and they're pointing, and it's just a very, very well-looking vessel.
I'll go up next to him. What's so special about that kind of vessel?
It's like, "Oh," the person there looks. "Oh, that's the envoy of the Concordant, the trader. She captains the ship." And when you look over, like, you can see the figurehead on the front of the ship is this large, like, snake, like Yuan-Ti man looking like figurehead that sticks out the front of its mouth agape. It's like, yeah, well, like, we didn't think she was in the city this time, but it appears she's come back.
Who's she?
Samara Redfang. She's one of the biggest traders that we deal with. She's got a large estate nearby as well, so she's a bit of a celebrity around here.
Was that a fact, is it? It wouldn't be anywhere close.
Yeah, they point to sort of in the opposite direction of where you guys go. Like, this is like more like next to like the cliff up the top. You see like a large estate. That's...
Yeah, even from on the staircase, you can just see the edges of a very large house. The bottom layer is built of stone, and like it's like a two-story building. Like the first layer is built of stone with a wooden section on top. Which in Ghislaine, having a house partially made of wood is like a very big show of wealth, given that you can only access to wood for like 4 months out of the year. And it's like it goes right up to the cliff face and overlooks, and it's just to the north of, like, just outside of the city limits, to the north of the city.
Would you say, so, you said it's like connected to the cliff?
Yeah, it's like right up against the cliff face.
Okay. Interesting. How much more time do I want to kill? I will make my way over there to have a look at the surrounding area.
Yeah?
Yeah.
As you get up, you see that there's a large stone fence. As you approach, you can see that it rivals the Ariante estate. There's a lot more buildings in the Ariante estate, but this is very grand as well. Seems to be a large stone wall and a wooden gate that blocks your vision into the area, but you do hear like the rustle and bustle of people inside.
From where you can, like, because you aren't like right up against it, you can see like. I'm sorry. Yeah, as you're heading up towards it, you see this privacy fence kind of set up the stone and whatnot. The top floor, you see this very like larger walkway that runs along one side of the building, and right at the front, there's like a wide gate which is clearly there for like wagons and whatnot. Has these two, I think it's two AJ, two men sitting out front, like guard-looking dudes.
They both seem to be lizard folk, but one seems to be very much larger than the other. A lot more muscle, physically bigger.
I don't approach, just have a look from a distance, seeing how the area is, and then I'll go back home.
Yeah, it's a very nice looking house. It's just set up in a very interesting location.
Question.
Yo.
So, how the house is positioned. If a whole bunch of earth were to be removed from the cliffside under it, would that cause the house to collapse and fall off the cliff?
It's not like up and butting against the cliff.
Not butting against it? Okay.
It's mainly just next to the cliff. Like, you wouldn't really build a house near a cliff. Sort of deal.
Potentially, but it would probably take a lot of stone to be moved.
Yeah. The answer is the realm of possibilities that can be done, but it depends on how much you want to go.
Just get an earth moving spell done.
I have move earth as a cantrip.
So move earth
Might
moves
take you a few
loose-
hours.
Move earth moves loose earth, dirt, and sand. Doesn't move stone.
It says dirt or stone that you can see within range.
This is loose stone.
It says you choose a portion of dirt or stone that you can see within range that fits within a 5-foot cube. You manipulate it in the following ways.
The cantrip?
Interesting. It'll take a while with that. You can
Yeah,
assume.
that's
What about just the flip of move earth?
Thoughts for the future? Thoughts
Move earth would definitely be able to move quite a lot of earth.
Very well. Come back here later.
So you start making your way back towards the estate. At this point, like, it doesn't mean crazy. It takes about an hour to walk all the way down the stairs and back up. So you're approaching midday by the time you actually return. What with the time you spent. Actually, you spent 4 hours at the thing. Actually, yeah. So never mind. It's like approaching early afternoon by the time you're returning. So for everyone else still at the estate, how are you guys spending the majority of the day? Given that Osiris doesn't seem to return until a bit ways after lunch.
How long is everyone sparring for? Well,
It's up to you all.
well, however long that goes for, like, I guess, like, I'd go in and, like, clean up or whatever. And then, I think, like, there'd be a discussion with Tara about whether or not, like, she is going to be providing Goodberry, like, during the trip, or whether or not I should get some rations. But I think I might, like, I'll see you've been gone for a while. I think I might just go and, like, purchase a few rations at some point. That's all I really want to do.
Oh, good.
If there's ever like any minor like, shopping people want to do, you guys just message either AJ or myself, and we can just get that done in the background if it doesn't require a scene.
Yeah.
And for stuff like Goodberry, I'm just gonna assume if she's got a spell slot, or level 1 spell slot at the end of the day, then she's casted it.
Yeah, I sort of guessed that, but, like, yeah, I wasn't too sure.
But yeah, unless like if she's out of the spell slot, then that's when you'll have to use your rations. So
That is all good. I think I'll grab 4 rations anyway, so I'll just mark them off myself.
oh, good. Anyone else have something they want to do before Osiris gets back? Does anyone want to have something to do when Osiris gets back?
Yes. For the performance.
I feel like we're probably going to have a decent discussion about the dreams.
Osiris, as you walk in, you say that there are 3 chairs outside your door, and your friends are sitting there waiting for you.
Oh no, I think I would have waited downstairs. Like
Past
like a sitting
invisibility
area.
and at least.
Listen, I was just making a joke like he's a doctor and you're all just waiting patiently for him, but if you want to get all literal about it, then yeah, you're downstairs. You enter the door and you see all your friends like immediately like in different locations all see you as like, Osiris, we have to talk to you.
I'm just waiting.
I think Papa's opinion.
They seem like something important.
Can I
Yeah.
help you all?
Yes. Yes, we can.
Yeah, I know what you want. What do you two want?
I'm just waiting to see what they want to talk about. I feel like maybe this is one of those like weird, we all have dreams at the same time situation.
You guys had dreams as well?
Could have guessed it, huh?
Oh, it's gonna be one of those days. Alright, we're doing this in the lounge room. I gotta sit down to be on my feet all day.
What did you do?
That's my business.
As you all, you look, you see that there's like these like glowing blue veins that have like slightly dulled in the middle of like Osiris's carapace on his chest.
Are you okay, buddy?
the better.
I'm
She's-
detect poison disease.
Go
You
ahead.
detect no such thing. You cast the spell.
Did Osiris just get back?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm not going to question what you've done because, I mean, I believe you're mature enough to go and do whatever the heck you want to do, but
Well,
Are
we'll
you
deal with
okay?
what you guys want first, and then I'll explain what I've just gone and done. Because I
Also,
didn't
first-
expect it to happen.
Suffice to say, you're not poisoned or diseased, so
Mhm.
that's pretty good.
a few of us wanted to talk to you, but you were not in your room.
So good spot.
Have to wake up earlier to catch me.
Uh-huh. She managed to push me.
I did.
Well,
I've had 30
Done.
minutes of sleep all night and somehow I managed to push the cat.
I feel like I'm missing context.
That's fine.
Well, restart while you were.
Well, alright.
You see, we waited outside your door. I called him ugly. No, old. And then we decided to spar, and Selena joined in.
Alright, who's going first? He, like, sits very awkward, what looks like awkwardly in, like, a bigger chair, like, leaned far too back. His shell doesn't bend, but he seems to be kind of comfortable.
Well, you know what I want, so I'll let you have some rest first. Please leave me alone, people. So,
You don't want to talk to him now?
what? I wasn't going to talk to him. Go first.
Well, I had a dream, and it may be good because we may need to change the gauntlet design.
Yes?
I pull out like a piece of paper that I've sort of drawn it on. They were like black with like a white stripe. I guess they represent balance.
We need to get you some calligraphy lessons.
I can read and write.
God bless him.
Besides, you know I can speak multiple languages.
He nods.
Who else in this party do you know that can speak the language of the Fae?
He shrugs, not knowing it's not worth the argument.
You have offended philosophy. Yeah,
Alright, let me have a look. He tried, like, moves again to try and get comfortable while holding a piece of parchment. What am I looking at?
Well, they're black with white. My guess is that has something to do with either balance or maybe the radiant necrotic I use. The god and the death. Life and death energies.
No?
So you drew these, Akfa.
Sorta.
Yeah, you did your best. Well, because you know you had the schematic ideas for the existing gauntlet, so you kind of overlaid that with a copy. Let's just say hand wave. You could probably do. This is literally like your cultural thing. These weapons. For an idea of explanation for Cyrus, they look like the standard Leonin shield gauntlet. Only one of them. I believe it was the right hand one. And it's all in white with a black section on the back of the fist, like at the back of the hand, like a white circle that has a line coming out of it that wraps around the wrist and then down. It like kind of curves around the arm to the elbow, where the end of the gauntlet would be. Like spiraling around the gauntlet slowly.
Okay. Do they seem bulky, or are they quite sleek?
They look pretty standard for Leonin combat gauntlet. You want an expert on the matter?
I've
They
seen
could
like
be made
two.
thinner.
Yeah, you've seen two different ones. They're definitely sleeker than the metal ones that Arkfa had for some time.
They're sleeker, but they've got the ruggedness that like they can do stuff. They're like it's not like it's not like super thin. It's still got like a bit of heft to it, from what you can
Yeah.
tell.
So,
Just
like,
a lot less.
padding, the plates, all that stuff. It doesn't look bulky.
Yeah.
If you would like to try and like recognize these from somewhere, feel free to make a history or an arcana or just just like
I can do
a
that.
knowledge check of your choice, really.
I'll do Arcana because that's my favorite one. What I specialize in. That is a 2.
Yeah, you've
Not bad,
never
still.
you've never seen
Not-
anything like this.
I just figured it was worth showing you. I mean, you're sort of helping me, and yeah.
Well, it's definitely unique. I don't see why it wouldn't work. So where do you want the mechanisms in order to ignite blasting powder?
Well, I'm wondering if we need to even go that route at this point. Perhaps this is wanting me to go somewhere else.
And the else is...
Figuring out how to utilize my...
like an internal energy.
Yeah. Something like that. You're the smart one. I just know philosophy. Majored in it before I left the, this is a joke.
Yeah, I was going to say insight check. Alright,
You know,
well...
Fuck it. Deception. I majored in philosophy.
Child
I'm
psychology.
not even going to roll against that.
The passive should beat that.
So... Okay, well, if you want it to be an internal energy, where does the internal energy that you're trying to harness, like, what point in your being originate from? I know you should, shoot it out of your knuckles, I assume. But does it, like, come from anywhere? Like your gut, your heart, your mind, your bowels? I don't know.
That's a good fucking question.
Would I know where it comes from?
Arkfur is going to do an Arcana check.
This is a Sam's choice of how he wants to focus his energy.
Arkfur is going to do a disadvantage Arcana check.
Can I inspire with that?
I'm intentionally choosing disadvantage.
Yeah, if you're allowed to. You are inspired from that.
Okay.
Now you have to think about it.
And then on top of that, we'll suddenly drop a rage in front of you. You're starting to look very annoyed.
Yeah, your muscles like tense up. You grow considerably, a little bit bulkier than usual.
And then, the hands start to glow. Like both one being necrotic, one being radiant. I don't know.
Can you do that again?
Get angry?
Yeah, but just give me a minute. And I go over to instinctively cast Identify and be like, oh, right.
Okay,
But
okay.
What if it helps, you can keep it up for a little bit. Just go ham on me, buddy.
Xavier, punch me.
No, stop.
Hang on.
I smack them both with my flute like it's a switch.
You keep my rage going for another.
Whack. No, I wanted to see, like, I'm
You
surrounded
guys
by
get
a
enough
bunch
of that in your yard.
morons.
I go to punch him, but he smacks my hand.
That's fine. You still want to attack against me. That's good enough.
Yeah, you get a mother hitting your hand with a cane when you do something naughty. You sort of just wraps your knuckles and you're like, fuck, ow.
I'm wearing splint and this still hurts.
Wait right there, and I'll go back over to Christine's room and knock on her door if she's in her room.
Oh god. You're gonna tell me that I need to take energy from those two?
No, just wait, doing a thing.
I think, given Christine, you have chosen to stay in the all day. You're probably still there.
Yeah, I'll still be there.
Okay, so the door's probably still unlocked. I go in, I take what I left.
No, the door's locked.
Okay. I cast knock, so the door is open now.
Okay.
I go in, I pick up the thing, I leave the note. I come back. Now, I'm
We're
going
ready.
to cast Identify on you whilst
Okay.
you rage to see if I can help find out where it comes from.
Okay.
It could be some kind of chakra BS. I don't know what you are.
Is Terra
And-
also down here?
If she wants to be, she's gonna wait till this is done to ask Tara what she's done all day. But she can be here as well if she wants to.
She's been like sleeping most of the day, but maybe 5 minutes ago she was like calmed down and she's just sitting on the floor at the edge of the room, just
Yeah, you come down and you see that, like, Arkva's ready to punch Cyrus.
I point to Terra. I need you to hit me as well. Just punch me
Okay.
as hard as you can.
I'm not very strong, but
I won't hit back. Just hit me.
okay, Bubbles. I'm sorry. I will use a wild shape and like turn into like a brown bear.
Okay.
Oh, that's even better.
You,
And just run at him and body
you
slam.
sort of shift the furniture as you crush a very expensive wooden table with your bare weight as you run towards.
These two to wail on me for the next minute.
These very large, like, bare claws leave scour marks in the tiled floor.
I move out of the way because this is not what I wanted at all. I wanted him to do it again. To see where it's channeled from.
That's fine. At the end of that minute, I sort of, okay, round two.
What were you saying, Slam?
I'm just sitting here, like, eating make-believe popcorn. Precipitated to taste extra salty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Osiris, at some point after that, like, minute, you hear round two yelled out. Just so you have an actual opportunity. As
So you wanna
the second
cast-
rage is burned.
You want to cast Identify on him, Osiris?
Yes, I want to cast Identify like the same time he rages to see if something will help. I don't know if it will.
Okay.
I'm abusing how Identify works.
You know, make an Arcana check.
Maybe this one will be better.
Would you like the help action of a fey gift?
It is your choice.
How could you help him?
By keeping the rage going so he has enough of an opportunity.
By keeping the rage going, you're giving him a chance of doing this, as the spell takes a minute to cast, so he would need a full minute to get it to work in the first place.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw a thing out there. Now, I'm a 6th level zealot.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Could I use my fanatical focus in a very breaking the rules way here to give him some sort of an advantage on the roll, or give me disadvantage on protecting against such a roll to identify?
What does Fanatical Focus do?
The divine power that fuels your rage cannot protect you. If you can protect you, if you fail a saving throw while you're raging, you can rerun using your roll.
It's a dominable once per rage.
Okay.
I'm trying to make the argument that his
Not thinking
identify.
Don't think there's a way I could think of this helping. I'm sorry.
I'm so focused on my fanatical power that he can focus down on it.
I'ma just roll.
Okay.
For you.
That's pretty good.
Okay. You spend a minute of them, like, Osiris and Xavier, no, sorry, Akva and Xavier, Terra Bear, all wail on each other for a minute as you focus and you tune into the magical essence around Akva and whatever it is that causes his fists to glow with this divine / necrotic light. Bera is a pretty good way of putting it. She's
I imagine
definitely
it's life
Bara.
and death.
And after the minute comes concluded, you get that sudden blast of like knowledge, as you do normally, as you divine the essence of the magic.
Mhm.
You can tell that the magic itself is of a divine nature in some form,
Okay.
but it does not come. It's a combination. Like, it does partially come from within Akfa, but it's also coming from an external source.
Okay.
The earth itself.
So, is it more of just to see if it's the way I think it is? So it's something is entering him and is boosting what is already in him in order to fuel that, or he is fueling it and then something else is altering it.
It's hard to describe. Like, with an identify, you can figure out like how the spell works, but it's not really a spell; it's just magic.
Yeah.
You'd be able to tell that Akva doesn't have any magic of his own. He is not magical. He is just a dude who gets really mad and punches. But through his sheer force of will, something is latching onto that and providing him some magic.
He's
Through
acting
his-
like
Okay.
a conduit.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like his sheer for his will and his mental like state allow him to act as a conduit for this energy.
Okay. All right.
Maybe
Yeah.
keep
and I
raging
can't
after that minute.
recognize anything that would be similar to that particular type of energy.
All you can tell is that it's you know what, it would probably give you similar vibes to like smite spells that a paladin might cast. So it's technically evocation in base, but it's not coming from the same place like wizard magic would come from. You know, is smite magic evocation? I gotta Google that now.
Smites.
I think it depends.
Yeah, evocation.
Nah,
Oops.
abjuration.
Okay, yeah.
It's
Then-
to protect your friends.
It could be enchantment.
I just want to apologize to the DMs for having to figure out philosophy.
No, fuck it.
Evocation,
Theoretical
So yeah,
magics.
I would say it comes from it's an evocation-based magic that is coming from outside of himself.
Banishing's abjuration.
Yeah, banishing's abjuration, but everything else is evocation. Would it be counted as magic weapon, or would it be counted as a smite?
More of a smite in the way that it's styled.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I have an idea on how this might work. It's information that I don't have, or if no things happen, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
But if we can find some kind of gem or crystal that radiates when that happens, we might be able to build an apparatus in order to, and then plug that straight. It might work. It'll take time, but we could try and make something work.
We'll call it version 2.
Your intelligence astounds me, Jakuvra.
Well, this is, and points to the bone gauntlets, this is version 0.
This group is really strange.
She's not missing a number. It's fine. Yep. Don't think about it. It's gonna hurt. He starts rubbing his head.
Thank you, my friend.
You're welcome. I will keep an eye out for something that might help.
Now I'm gonna go wrestle the bear outside.
Okay.
Speaking of the bear, Terra, it is like early afternoon at this point. You're probably looking at like 2-ish o'clock, probably 3-ish. Before all this happened, what did Terra do for the morning?
Oh, she was asleep.
Slept in all day.
Yeah, she just slept the day.
Yeah, you enjoyed the comfy bed you
That's
finally have
goals.
access to. Yeah,
Out of
cool. Just
everyone
wanted to
in
make
this
sure that we
party-
knew what you were doing as well.
Yep, no, she just sleeps.
Out of everyone in the party, you actually look after your health. Well done.
So yeah,
you don't inject yourself with weird shit.
I mean, I don't know about that, but
Mm-hmm.
Gotta say, out of all places I thought this session would go, this was not it.
Okay.
So,
Alright, Jakuvra's done. Who's next?
yeah.
Points to Xavier.
Yes, Xavier.
You know what I want, Turtle.
Hide and seek.
Um,
Hide and seek.
okay. I'm not feeling up to it, but Elu will be able to make an apt substitute. And I conjure Elu up.
As you conjure Elu up, we have to show something. Our favorite type of thing. Art!
It's just a grey square.
Yep, I love Grace.
Oh my god.
It's a pretty good square.
That's some abstract art.
That's what happens when you put a big file into a thing.
That definitely looks like something I've seen at an art gallery in Melbourne somewhere.
I can see it on
Probably.
AJ's screen.
I
Yeah,
can
they
see
got paid like 16 grand for that grey square.
Damn, them
But yeah.
commissions.
Art.
There it is.
Hello.
Hello,
I have nothing still.
Mine's taking off. Wow! Oh, this looks so good. I can't see it still, but wow.
You sound so condescending.
I can't see it.
It's on the stream end if that helps anyone.
I know. I need to get the stream up. It's taking a while.
Have you tried looking with your eyes?
Oh! Yeah, that's cute.
So, this is what Elu looks like. This was done by someone who had a lot of patience with me in trying to describe what the fuck that even is. They go by the name Mice Lloyd on Fiverr,
Fine.
and I think they did a phenomenal job.
That's really good.
Yeah, it
So-
looks really good.
It's a mix of human and celestial characters in there. And as you see right above the chest piece, it says Elu.
Oh.
Ah, it's so cute. I love it.
I just
Oh,
came up with a
little
very
lady.
stupid out of character comments.
Oh,
So,
I love that
Osiris,
over the
do,
eye
do,
it
do
says
you mind if I borrow
Mhm.
Elu
Yeah.
as the source?
what?
Do you mind if I borrow Elu as the source?
Lost for what?
As I said, out of character. We'll use Elu as the gem.
Ah,
For your chips? You want your sauce for your chips? Or...
I don't think Lebrana would be happy with that.
Cheapy.
Oh, she probably wouldn't. That is in fact a cute turtle.
I
Tortoise?
fucking love it.
Tortoise.
turtle.
Tortoise.
Did you just say
Tor-
Curtis?
Curtis.
Oh, I just realized it says mouth upside down along the lower jaw.
Yes.
Yeah.
What?
I
It
love
also
him.
says shell
Oh
on the
my
shell,
And
flipper on the flipper.
right flipper, yeah.
Yep. It also says flipper on the other flipper. It's just
So-
in celestial.
This is the best part of this campaign so far. Just saying.
Yes. This
Not all the
is
character building, fuck all that. Just total.
Turtle.
Turtle with
Turtle with words.
turtle with word.
Little word
Turtle
turtle.
with word.
It's a wordle.
Wordle.
Oh,
Anyway,
it's sued.
What was your wordle today?
Elu springs forth out of the void.
And I will use a second level spell and cast invisibility on her, and be like, your job is to hide from Xavier. And I look to Xavier and say, go have fun.
Okay.
Ilu, immediately, yeah, you attempt to give chase to the invisible flying creature that makes no sound as it moves.
It
I mean,
before it even goes, it just looks at you before it turns up. It's like, no cheating, and runs away.
You cast
I want to check it this time. And
Oh
I
my
cover
fucking
my.
god.
You guys
What?
would
It looks like Lugia. Sorry.
No, just kind of. It's I don't give a shit. It looks awesome.
I was
Elu
looking
is
at
a
my
flying
mug.
psychic type.
Yeah, no, I was looking at
Definitely
my
is.
mug and I was like, oh shit.
Xavier.
I don't know if I describe it as psychic, pure, or ghost psychic.
It's like this whole thing is just like,
Psychic
Arthur
fairy.
was like, like discussing an important thing with his gauntlets and like this dream that he had and whatnot. And so Selena was kind of assuming that Xavier was going to discuss something either about a dream or something,
Yeah.
something else like knowledge wise. She's just seen him playing hide and seek with the brain baby. She's
Before-
just kind of like watching it with this sort of like perplexed, like, what?
Before he runs off, he goes, fine. And he grabs like a scrap piece of leather and he puts it over his blind eye, which you guys would have. Aqua probably would have noticed, but not Selena. But it has this reddish symbol in it. And he covers that because technically he has blind sight up to 10 feet, so now he's going to go and try and find the Elu.
I wouldn't say blind cheating, but see invisibility is.
I feel like more
Blindsight
like
is-
detect good and evil or
Divine, his
I was
divine
thinking divine
sense.
sense.
That was the main thing.
I'm not going to do that either way. I am just going to rely purely on perception to try and find this turtle.
All right, roll a stealth in the tower.
Where's my cohort?
Into the tower, and Xavier, you also roll a perception into the tower.
This is me training for perception.
While this is all
I
going
would
on,
say.
by the way, I want to stop playing cat with expensive items with your rather than
Okay.
like the thing is like this is like an actual estate, like a proper noble estate. Like you guys are off on one of the side buildings. When you've come and gone, like you've seen other like people who like either work for the house or potentially live here as other guests or something, like going about their business in the main house. These rooms have like nice pieces of art every so often. The rooms are well decorated. Each of them has like a very nice either rug or tapestry up somewhere.
Probably
There are
not
the
gonna
occasional like
follow.
busts or
Yeah.
vases that are like in place.
And then
Yeah,
there's
but
this
like
broken
that-
room where a bear's been just gone ham.
Yeah.
I give up.
We won't damage the art.
Is there
Yeah,
any?
vases and stuff.
Is there anything else in the lounge room with
Like,
Osiris?
makes you want to do.
Yeah.
I was sort of waiting for everyone else to be done.
Well, Demetrius' result will be at the end of everything, so.
Yeah.
So you can go ahead. And if they're just playing cat with priceless artifacts, then I feel like you've got time.
Depends on what Osiris is doing. Does he look like ready to leave?
What do you mean by ready to leave?
Is he just like, tired and fed up with the big conversation?
Oh, Osiris has a fair bit of patience, and it was more put on for dramatic flair than actual anything else. So he's approachable if you wish to.
She's just still sitting in the same spot. Like, he's still sitting there. Like, Aqua and Terra are throwing vases, and Xavier's run off, so...
And you, Selena, did you have anything you wished to talk about?
Well, I was more trying to gauge whether or not other people were having conversations about the dreams that we had last night. But it seems like they weren't connected in any way. I guess it was just personal messages to each of us.
Well, mine involved being back home with the destroyed house, which mended itself once I called Elu there as well, so I don't know if that symbolizes me finally moving on, or perhaps I'm not as broken as what I used to be. I'm unsure.
She gives like a slight gentle smile to that. I guess we are heading back to the KC soon.
Yeah, we should try and do Christine's thing first.
I have a bad feeling about the trial. I have a bad feeling that it's going to pull me in, and
Will you into what?
when we get to the KC, I think that whether I go for this trial or not, it's going to find me. And I think that this one might pull me away for a while. I have this feeling.
What is your biggest concern with all of this? Like, trials, but when everything's said and done, you're worried that you're going to die, correct?
I'm worried that it's not going to work. And that I'm going to die before I do this trial, and that I fail. Death is death. It's probably a long way away anyway.
And
Lament.
you want... Sorry, you go.
I lament missing out on all the things that I could enjoy, but
I mean, nothing...
it's not about me.
I don't think anything's told you that you're explicitly going to die.
I know the words seemed pretty accurate. And,
I have thought about this, and I don't think it's necessarily that you're going to die. I think there's a potential that you might lose your abilities as a sacrifice, but I don't think you're going to die
I
necessarily.
would give them up on a heartbeat. I've sometimes worried about that too, but
Like,
it's
for
not
all
so
we know,
much
you
that-
might be the conduit. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen through you and out, not necessarily end with you. It might be
Like-
training you to be able to take on that response. Hell, you could be the new weave god thing. I'm not real great with gods.
Priestess? Oh, I certainly hope not. Pretty sure becoming a god means you give up your mortality. You're not you anymore. I mean, how many gods have you met who seem...
I mean, if
Like
you use a
people.
broom every single day and the handle breaks, so you replace the handle, and then the brush breaks, so you replace the brush. It's not the same broom, but
I feel like I
Still
read
think
this
it
in a
is.
book once.
Yeah, I probably wrote it. I don't know.
Oh, my dream made me think about a few things, and I think that these trials are very important, but I also think that a lot of what happens during this is not going to be good.
It might be that it is what you make of it. If you go down pursuing it as a means to an end, then it could very well be a means to an end. But if you see it as an opportunity in order to prove the prophecy wrong, not all prophecies come true, I think. Probably. I mean, well, but yeah, nothing is set in stone except the past.
With everything that's happening with the gates as well.
Exactly,
you
that's
can
never
read-
happened before.
You can read people's memories, right?
Well, yes. I don't fully know how it works. It just kind of does sometimes. I try not to think about it too much because then it might work differently.
Well, why don't you have a look at the dream and see what you think?
Alright, he writes himself. And he will detect thoughts.
I will choose to fail.
What exactly are you thinking about?
I'm thinking about the dream as it happened, like as I remember it, which I remember it fairly clearly.
Yeah,
Last
so
night.
with the dig deeper as you think about the dream, which what even was the dream when you woke up in the morning? It's these weird ones that kind of latch onto your brain and don't go away in the first 5 minutes of awareness. As you think about the dream, and Osiris scans your open mind, you're able to see that same dream of the ocean and the beach, and those stones of like crystalline, not ice, but kind of water. And as she steps the waves, and the greater and greater waves each time, the island behind her being smashed to pieces by the waves, and that stone structure partially built into this like outcropping of rock or built around it, that she's moving towards suddenly explode as a bolt of energy strikes it from the sky. And yeah, that's the end of the dream.
Does the scenery at all look like anywhere I would know in the case?
Yeah, roll history.
I will use. Can I use Favored by the Gods to him? I can't remember if that's something I can use on other people.
Favors
Yeah.
is self only.
Okay, that's fair.
You don't recognize the exact like location, but you recognize parts of the climate and whatnot because you grew up in the Artemoto chain. You've traveled around different parts of the Concordant. While you wouldn't be able to figure out exactly where this is, you're able to tell that it is somewhere in the chains. If not, it could be on the far edges of it or somewhere, but it's definitely somewhere in the Concordant, like in the Artemoto chains.
As a part of that history check, just to check, you said there was like a surge of energy which caused, say, a boulder, the island,
like
a
the
cave.
island. The island is like a spire of like stone sticking out of the water, almost like the cap of like a mountain or something coming out of the ocean.
Okay.
And then the building was like built into where like they've clearly carved away parts of it and made parts that'll have like little windows and like little balcony areas, and other parts they've built stone, like regular stone structure that comes out of part of it, and it kind of mixes the two together of natural and artificial combined.
Okay. And I don't know of any phenomenon that has happened in the past where, for some reason, like a rock spire has been struck by lightning or anything like that. Like that
No,
this has
not
happened
really.
before. Okay. So after that,
These kind of spires, like there's more than one of them you would know of in the other chain. They usually form around areas that have underwater reefs and whatnot that are difficult for boats to normally navigate. So you could tell, like, you could kind of guess a few locations where this might be, but every one of these, like, you would not be able to get to with a large ship.
Yeah. Okay. So he withdraws and you feel him leave your mind. That is definitely in the concordant. Like, there are a few locations that fit that description. I don't. This isn't a metaphor. This is I assume to be a premonition or a
It's the
guide to
trial.
tell you where to go next. I don't inherently see anything bad with it. It could be warning you that this will happen if you do this trial, not necessarily like
I
we
think
might
that
not be able to come out from there.
I think that this one specifically something bad is happening. It's not the dream that makes me feel like this is going to pin me away. It's just something else. It's something tugging at my mind.
Well, I assume you still want to go and do it.
Yes, but at least see what the trial is. If it's long, then I don't know. I need to see it at least.
Okay, so we will be a bit more cautious in this, but in my opinion, not that it was asked for, I don't think it's a bad thing.
You don't?
No. It's probably as a result, like the energy being struck by it could be once you've passed it and the energy is passing into you to give you more power. I don't see why that couldn't be the case. Or we get there and we learn that it's telling you that there is a particular order and we have just been extremely lucky and that this one is not next because because your subconscious knows that we're going there, or whatever being is currently giving you these premonitions. But there's a lot of different ways to interpret it, and it's all depending on your mindset. If you're looking for doom and gloom, you're gonna find doom and gloom. Yakuba should be here for this. This is his area of expertise.
He definitely is taking on the philosophical party member role pretty well.
Didn't even spell the word.
But I do think you have a point. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what it is. But again, it's if I go there and it's something that I don't think that I can help with, if it's something that's going to take too long, then I can always come back. It's hard to say, but this current mission that we have is a lot more important. But I have a feeling that this one's going to take a long time.
I suppose we will see.
I
Only
suppose
time
we
will tell. But I don't think it's anything to worry over. But with my track record the past couple of days, perhaps I'm not the one that you should put your faith in anymore. Yeah. And he sort of just averts his eyes looking down, realizing,
I just
that
feel like that maybe
Christine's mum is in the position she is because of him.
What do you mean? That I shouldn't be relying on you anymore.
Well, I put someone who has a mother complex in a position where they had to choose between taking on an extremely powerful group or leaving the thing that they just gained there.
How is that your fault?
Because I'm the one that said and did the things that made that happen.
We were going to go to Maria anyway.
Yeah, but me giving her a heads up might have given her a lot of notice and time to think, because she would have known we were coming and who we were coming with regardless. So I feel responsible.
The whole reason that we're doing this is to save the royal family. Namely, my father and brother. If anyone is to blame, it's me.
We all take different responsibilities at different levels.
I just feel like I keep pulling family away from her. She's just gotten a mother back, and I just really hoped that now that she has a mother, we could remove the curse, and she might find some peace, but
Well, it'll happen. It's just not happening yet. And I guess we'll see how much Christine blames me for it. Well, at least it's directed at someone who can take it rather than someone who can't, I suppose. Well, if we will be leaving by the end of today, we should probably all get ready.
yes. Thanks.
So the boat is not leaving today; it's leaving tomorrow morning.
I thought you said on the morrow, which would have been said yesterday.
As
Tomorrow
dawn
works too.
arrives, then it's the next day.
Alright, cool. Tomorrow.
It's okay.
I should probably try and sleep.
Probably. Sleep deprived is not a good look on you.
No. I feel ancient. She just
Thanks.
like gets up and walks away. What are you saying, Osiris? You can barely look past 35. Smiles and walks away.
Hey, she must be right.
Yeah, I look good for my age.
Yeah, you know what? She is right.
You know what? I am good. Fuck you.
And yeah, she goes off to retire for the evening. Preparing for tomorrow. I've gotten my rations, I just need sleep now.
Okay. As the afternoon goes on and those of you finish up being a bear and destroying artifacts, and
Clean up.
Chasing an invisible
Clean up
And-
these
around the
shards.
house.
Xavier ultimately finding where Ely was hiding in the end. Is there anything you want to do for like the evening section of the day, evening and night?
For everyone.
Yes, for everyone.
I feel like I've eaten up a lot of time, so I'm going to just play. Oh no, yeah, I'm just gonna go back up to my room.
Just cleaning.
Away from party.
I would like to take that amount of gold pieces and get enough for 4 spells. So that's 200 gold pieces.
Okay. Yep. So you have 800 left, and you get enough papers to do 4 spells.
There'll be 4 first level spells.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't have access to 2nd level wizard spells, so I assume I can't do 2nd level.
No, you wouldn't.
You could prep beforehand though. It's not a thing you don't know. But yeah, is there any last end of day things, other than cleaning by not really cleaning and hiding the mess, which is the best way of cleaning things.
Look, if they don't spot it, then now it's clean.
Puts a whole new meaning to sweep it under the rug.
No, I think it's the same meaning. Just sweep it under the
More
rug.
literal.
Christine never came down at all, did she?
No. Not during the day and early after, or even in the afternoon.
So, like, you didn't come down to eat or anything? Cool.
Probably.
Akvo will offer to take up something to Christine to eat. Assuming no one else wants to take up that offer.
I mean, I
Yeah.
don't mind, but I feel like I'll just get yelled at.
I would get yelled at more, buddy.
Yeah, the house staff like present with dinner as you sort of try to navigate them out of the lounge for the evening. They drop all the food off at the door. You pick it up, and you all get what seems to be some sort of roast meat and vegetables with gravy, and hand it to the group. And as Akva grabs a plate grab 2 plates, one for Zava, one for Christine, I assume. And, yeah, walks upstairs to where the 2 of them are staying.
My hands are sort of full, so like I kick the bottom of the door.
It's probably locked again.
Kicked.
After hearing just a bit of a noise from the door, like after 10 seconds, like you hear it unlock, open a little bit, and she just moves away back to where she was probably sitting.
You know you need to eat as well, right?
I don't really want to eat anything from this place.
Sure.
What's your perception again? High?
17 naturally.
Yeah. You do notice there is actually like an empty like plate, kind of that was to the floor. So she has eaten something at least since she's gotten here. But you're not sure what.
Well, look, if you don't want to eat what they served, then I can leave you both with a ration each, and I'll eat it.
She doesn't really say anything. She kind of is keeping her back to you. Just more.
So you did you open the door enough for me to actually walk in, or you just
Yes, enough for you to walk in.
Yep. Past you over to Zava.
Yep. Zava's sort of just sitting on the ground, like playing, looking at her tail.
I sort of lean down a little and offer food. I assume even a creature with no way to communicate can understand food.
Yeah, she starts like picking, like, since you're holding it, she starts like picking the meat with like fingers and eating it. And you place it on the ground and she just continues.
I believe we're leaving first thing in the morning, Christine. And appears a few of us had, this is from overhearing, not necessarily listening in. It appears a few of us had some dreams that might be, if we're going by my belief, it's pushing us all in a certain direction. Just
Sounds exciting, I guess.
I'm just, look, I'm not good with words. Just know this party, they see you a bit like family.
You see her noticeably like sort of twitch a bit from that.
Whether you agree with that or not is up to you, but this is the same party that decided to take me back in despite my stupid decisions.
But I wasn't one of them initially.
All I'm trying to say is try to get some sleep and just try to have a ready heart in the morning. And sort of pokes one claw like towards your heart.
You're just like standing in front of her at this point. Probably looks up towards you at this point. Speaks. What exactly? How do you deal with Xavier? Really?
Can you repeat? Sorry.
How do you deal with Xavier? Really?
Depends on which Xavier you know. For me personally, he's someone who's got his own problems. Much like all of us. He runs in strong. He's not someone who'll give up easy, though. In a pinch, he is someone who would protect you in a heartbeat, even if you don't get along. I believe that man, even if you two hated the hell out of each other, I believe he would give up his life just to keep you alive. He would give up his life to keep your mother alive as well.
From the ways he was going, it didn't seem like it. It seemed like he wanted to do everything to anything for me.
If he wanted to take our vengeance, he would have tried to kill me as well. That is to imply there is history between us. Yeah.
I just can't with him. And I'm worried that it might spiral. This time, willingly. She just pauses.
So I have to keep turning you up.
Sorry, am I a bit low today? My mic?
A tiny bit, yeah. I'm sorry.
Oh, No, I don't think I'm speaking any differently than what I normally do. I'm just worried I might spiral again, but not really much of a worry, more so that I'd willingly do so.
And who do you think will be there to pull you back up?
What if I don't want it?
Sometimes no one wants to. It's not about whether you want to be pulled back up. It's about whether you need it. Sometimes you need to be pushed even further down to be brought back up.
So when does he start reaching out a hand?
The time will come. He has a lot of demons he needs to process as well. Both you and him do have something in common, though.
And that is?
I'm just trying to remember the name. The Scarlet Spear. I shouldn't need to say more than that.
I think I'm done. Thank you, but I need to. And she just goes and sits down into the corner, just holds her legs.
Arkvor sort of heads out, sort of stops, looks back as the door's nearly fully closed. Rest well, Christine. And just closes the door. I pray to God Xavier didn't overhear that.
Kissing a brain baby.
Yeah, anyone else?
Alright.
All
Sounds
right.
like the night is going to come to a close. Did it come to a close?
I do have something that I want to do, particularly just like the overnight sort of thing.
Yep.
Yep.
Because I mostly spent the day just sort of inside, kind of resting, staying nearby, I imagine that I would probably, like, not long after eating the rations that Prep4 gave me, and from then I'll just probably start hacking slowly and a bit painfully for what's to come. And then there'd probably just be a point at night where, like, maybe like Zarpa's just sort of gone to sleep and I sort of am about to myself, but I'd probably leave the room and just lay my back against the door, not wanting to really be in the room to wake up to that, because then that will probably be a situation where she won't want to leave.
Okay.
I think we're sharing, like, I think when, like, our rooms are next to each other, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you're all in
Yeah.
like one building, so you're all sharing like
Yeah,
the same hallways.
But this is something that happens probably late in the night, like maybe around midnight, 2 a.m.
I think, like, if you're going outside, you would probably hear well enough from Selena's room, just like her humming that, like, music, like, sort of like a very, like, rudimentary sort of, like, hum version of the music that she listens to. It's kind of like somberly. Because I'm choosing not to have another night's rest.
So you're 2 levels of exhaustion.
Yep.
This is how you die.
As
Fine.
I think I'd like hear her move a bit close to it, just like sort of maybe like lay against the wall for a while, just listening. But probably like maybe halfway between like sort of our rooms or something, just fall asleep on the wall, just outside, but probably not a good restful sleep, I'd say, at all.
as night happens and as you all wake up the crack of dawn, we'll go take our bio break for the session.
Second cover in the night. Let's go.
Let's just give some exhaustion to someone.
You can give me first level as well.
Alright then, 2 exhaustions, 2 people.
I'm not sleeping until I get on that boat.
No,
she's very concerned that Christine will leave.
You think we'd let her?
She doesn't know that. She doesn't
There's
know that
more
there's like
trauma
some
to be
almighty
around.
power.
I feel like if Kay wanted to leave, she'd be mid-session, like, hey, by the way, I'm leaving. We'd be like,
I'd have to tell you guys beforehand that I'm leaving. And also like, hey, I'm just gonna leave. Probably not gonna be there.
You'd be like, hey, no.
Yeah, exactly.
please?
Selena don't know that. Selena's very, very scared of losing her.
How about you give me a cookie and I might stay?
Banning my
Wow.
mother?
I did
I'll take
give
a
you
cookie.
It's not a real cookie, but it's a metaphor.
Power.
It's a cookie of...
Metaphor for.
It's a cookie of knowledge, you know? Like a
No,
fortune
it's a
cookie?
of have an extra 3rd level spell slot.
Everything's a cookie if you try hard enough.
He came in, knocked down the door, and then took the bit fell left, came back, knocked down the door again a second time just to let you know because I would have locked it again. Like
Knock last 10 minutes.
that was more than 10 minutes. Got
No,
knocked
well,
out
it was
again.
It was like
Got
2
the,
minutes.
you got us beaten out of him for a minute.
Just a lot happened in that time.
Yeah, actually, yeah, a lot did. I just realized.
Yeah, so you heard one loud bang, and that's all you know.
Everyone heard one bang. I was awake. I saw it.
I'm gonna BRB real quick.
No, because you're in your mother's room.
Yeah, but that was the room I was always in. I never actually went to the previous room.
Yeah. But the previous room has the item in it. Waiting
Then I
for
would
you.
technically not have it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take it off. I think for a sec.
I did it, guys.
You caught the brain baby.
I
you
caught
did?
I caught the brain baby.
Nice.
I also got on a ball. I'm happy about that.
Yeah, Ilu is not super stealthy. Have
Oh,
a
yeah,
flat
no.
dexterity.
But she's little.
She's doing it best, okay?
She is in fact small.
Very
Small is
S.
spelt wrong on this character sheet. It should be SMOL.
Yes.
You can change
It's
it.
the only way to spell it.
Can I
You're allowed to
change
edit
it? Do I
them.
have the permissions? I do.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
cohort. You can edit what the fuck you
If
want.
I have the permissions to change Slayer to anything I want, then I do.
I think I was the only person with a cohort that couldn't change the shit on them.
Yep.
Wasn't allowed to. I should have slowly Uluified those cohort sheets. Damn
You
it.
would have been killed.
Ah, you know, may as well been.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
Yeah, may as well go all the way.
Back.
I feel like that would have been funny though.
Why are people sleeping over in Christine's room?
I don't know.
Why not?
He's not even in
Because
a
she's
room.
not.
Not even in a room.
That's fair.
It's the whole thing where someone like leaves their hotel room unlocked, so everyone goes and has a party in their hotel room.
Ah, I see. Debbie.
Honestly, how much of this party actually sleeps in a bed?
Not
One
me.
number.
I do sometimes. Just not in the last 2 days.
You know, same. Except I've actually have been sleeping.
The total, like, is too big too.
No, it's not a matter of being too big to. It's about the beds aren't quite right.
Mm-hmm.
When we go back to my house in the Concordant, you guys won't be able to sleep in those beds because they'd be way too fucking weird.
If it's
I
like
mean,
just dipped in the middle, like Selena's small enough that she could just curl up into a ball.
I was gonna say, I hope I probably would just curl up in a ball.
Yeah.
I mean, all cats can find a way. Even if they are really big cats, they can just
Cats are in
can
fact a
become
liquid.
I was about to say cats are
Exactly.
just liquid.
yes.
Is bad.
I want a cat.
That would explain why I'm so dexterous.
I want a cat so badly.
My mother was a cat and my father was a plasmoid.
I feel like if someone played, was it Fate? I think it is the Fate role-playing system.
Oh god.
If you
Like that?
played it as a cat, you should definitely take the statement you
Dude.
say about your character, whatever it's called. You just say like, oh, I'm a cat folk. Next line is actually liquid.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, remember that My Hero thing we did?
No,
You were there.
doesn't mean I remember it.
God, good point.
Derek-
I was playing a cat person with that exact trait.
Nice.
Except I was the blink cat.
Oh,
Yeah, I was
they're just
I
as
had-
dangerous.
Cheshire Cat?
more like Schrodinger from Helsinki Bridge.
Okay, I was thinking, when you said Blink Cat, my brain went to Blinks, like the old Xbox game.
Yeah.
It was like
Oh, I
Blinks,
remember
the one,
that with
like
the
the cat,
vacuum?
the vacuum cleaner, yep.
Yep.
You
You
wanna-
suck.
But wasn't that like a time travel story? Or am I tripping?
It's called like Blink's Time Sweeper or something, or some shit like that.
Okay, I don't think I'm fully tripping.
No, it's a full. I had the game. It was all about time travel and time
I-
shenanigans, and
I think I still have it upstairs on Xbox.
that is rad as hell.
If you guys
Yeah.
want to, you guys want a really good game that's got cats that are like liquid, play Rainworld.
Like
Rainworld's
that.
great. It'll make you angry and happy at the same time.
But yeah, I am convinced at this point that Osiris is this party's conduit.
He's like the mentor.
That spell got
character.
rejected.
And you're like the young philosopher. You're like the young.
Osiris should have more
Socrates.
philosophy than I should.
Actually, you sort of more like Aristotle.
Uh,
Oh, man.
Catistotle.
Catistotle. I like it.
Oh god.
But then on the other side, it's like, God, it felt weird defending Xavier.
But you guys do have history, so it makes sense.
Look, I'm speaking off the Xavier I recognize now, not the one I know in history. That old Xavier is probably dead.
That's fair.
Little do you know, Dimitri's actually playing a changeling this whole time.
Exactly.
Oh no!
Dun, dun,
How many
dun.
changelings do you need in
Secretly,
this party?
Dimitri is actually Jarvis.
Yeah.
Nick Min and I just
Oh,
bring
no.
Theo into this game too and just ruin
But yeah,
everything.
no. Arctus stands by his words. He just will never admit it to Xavier.
I now just love the idea of a D&D campaign where every single player is playing a changeling, though none of them know it. So everyone's playing it. No one knows the other players are all changelings, and the point of it is to go is see how far they can go before the players realize they're all changelings.
Huh.
But I'm a changeling. You're a changeling.
We all have disguise self? Weird.
Then who's transformed?
Why is it
I'm
so
trying
easy
to
and why
hide.
can I keep doing it?
Whose form is actually original?
Is a Warforged changeling just a transformer?
Yes.
Yes.
Optimus Prime was actually a changeling.
I love it.
He could just shift into either truck or Warforged.
This pleases me.
But yeah, these party dynamics are definitely evolving.
Yeah.
Up
I
or
remember when I
down?
used to just play the sad princess.
You don't get to be
It's
sad.
okay, I'm just now playing this disgruntled old warrior.
Who has not done the tick?
I have done the
Oh,
crossbow.
that's probably me, sorry.
There's a handful of missing ticks.
I am drawing.
One of them's
as-
Bob.
I'm
Okay.
drawing as well as.
Okay, I think that's everyone.
Yeah.
We're playing
Playing.
I call it Jordan.
Because I'm just
Alright.
curious, Paul, over the night with the rest, Osiris, are you going to be Atheniuming L?
Oh, that's a good question.
I feel like there's a handful of things now that you might be interested in looking up.
Yeah, but see, a more intelligent person would know what they are.
Yes.
Fair enough.
What's your intelligence, like 12? That's above average.
I will, I guess, while in the Athenium, I will cross-reference locations that have spires that look like that and mark them all on a map so we have locations we can check out for them.
Okay, so you just want to you'll spend your time in the Athenium making it easier, like looking at maps and whatnot to make it easier to find this place potentially.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely doable.
You do so. As the morning comes, as it's well before dawn, you all awaken. You all gather your things, and the real question is, Christine, is what do you do?
I feel like she's probably one of the first up because she would not have gotten any sleep whatsoever.
Hmm.
It would have been that sort of thing where it's like kind of constantly moving between like the halls, like going back towards the room, thinking about like opening it and not doing it, sitting back down, kind of moving about. Probably very, very early, probably about as early as like when Atsaris would be up, she'd already be down, kind of stairs, and just sitting near like the entrance, just waiting, and just again like sort of sitting down, knees up, like arms around, just trying not to look out too much, trying not to think, just trying to just go, just so she doesn't think about it.
Yeah. As you all start making your way downstairs, as you look outside the window, you see as the black of the night has transformed into that like very deep blue before it starts getting lighter. As you all get up and you make your way out of the estate and head towards the docks.
I would like to, real quick,
Mm-hmm.
just check to see if it looks like Christine has the item on her, and if not, run back up to her room and grab it, and then hand it to her.
You probably know full well that like she would have never actually gone to that room in the first place.
Yeah.
You go and get the Pearl of
Yeah, so
Power.
early when you're there and everyone's still making their way up, Osiris comes down and hands you a sphere and a note.
Do you want to say the note again, or do you forget?
I sent it to you. You should be able to scroll
Yeah, okay,
up
there
through
we go.
it. Yeah.
Yep, that's fine. Yes, I guess like yeah, you sort of. I imagine they give the pearl first. She looks up, like towards you, confused. Probably, in that sort of like similar to like when like things get difficult for her. It's just that sort of trying to pull herself together kind of look, and then like you sort of hold the note out. She grabs it. She starts to read it, and then you can just tell that like she tenses as like the page kind of crinkles, and she just gets up and just goes to hug you.
He's stunned for a moment, not expecting that reaction, but then hugs you back.
And yeah, she just sort of stays there for a moment. If when there's a point you just let go, she just then kind of goes back to the ground, just in a more cracked state than before, but trying to actually like pull back those sort of pieces to put on a face to go out.
Make a perception check, because you were so close to him. You might notice the hole in his chest.
A 7.
No. I don't know if I should have did that yesterday.
This weird lighting is matching his shirt quite well.
Yeah, it's really good. It's too dark out.
As you all get up, eventually, you make your way through the town. You notice you're not alone. There seems to be at least maybe a dozen or so people up early in the morning, and they seem to be in the center of town. It seems to be cleared away of any like carts or anything. They seem to be setting up a bunch of like a stage sort of deal, as they quietly hammering large pieces of wood together. As for those in the know, it is essentially the Harvest Festival. It is Solace Pass. As
On the way
you
down to
all,
the docks, I'd like to keep an eye out for that Jonas guy.
yeah. So you look around, seeing if you can spot a familiar face as you all start walking down the steps. You see, you got in directions from Maria in the evening. Let's say you just got a note. You make your way down to the dock and you see her bundled up in a very like large woolen coat, as it is a little bit chilly in the morning, and she seems to be talking to a nautical man, an Agenasi man, and like seems to be discussing details with him as the group of you approaches.
I'd like to make a note as well that like Selena is almost like reverted back to her original looks of like really like porcelain pale skin and like silk hair. It's like all of the light has just been sucked out of her.
The gaunt princess is back.
Yep.
What are the So as you approach, you see the two of these two people. As you walk close enough for there to be noticed, you see she like sort of turns to your group and then like waves her arms, gesticulating at you, and then talks to the man.
As you get close enough, you hear she's like, "These will be the group that you'll be escorting to the Concordant. I don't care which city they want to go to. You'll drop them off along the way."
Yes, ma'am.
Turns to the rest of you. So, are all of you ready?
More or less.
I don't give a response.
She stares like directly at Christine when she says that as well. Yeah.
There's that like almost stare of anger, like it's been normal, but this one's like anger, hurt, destroyed, but that sort of spite, like as well behind those eyes.
Some had a rough night, nightmares and whatnot. We've been on journeys.
Well, hopefully the trip across the ocean won't be that bad for you. The seas should be calmer this time of year. At least I believe that's the case. I'm sending you with one of my favorite captains to go with. He handles most of the deliveries, him and the other vessel that is now missing. So I would show them courtesy and they will show you kind. They have orders to let you roam around, stay out of their way and don't cause trouble, please. Or if you'd like to help out, that's up to you.
He raises his hand. Captain Korveg Shush. At your service.
I like to say Svenna.
Shush.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Captain.
Pleasure to meet you as well. Do you have any particular destination in the Concordant you wish to go to first?
Turns to Osiris.
Yep. Lapa looks to Osiris.
Please, by the point, AJ, we can bring up a map for him.
Yeah, let me get the map.
We should really update the map.
I've been doing it
Say this
slowly.
every month.
I just don't have
A
time.
high-res image that we could zoom in would be appreciated.
No.
I don't think you'll ever have that type of map. But you'll get a map with
We'll
updated
get
stuff.
someone to commission a map. We just need to commission someone for a map.
Cool. Sorry.
Yes, I'm looking for Nishi.
You know, Osiris, that you can't get to the chains, in one trip. You have to go to one of the two major cities that allow access there. There's the third that you could technically go there, but it is a bit of a pain dealing with the Dragonborns. But you can, you can go to, Ratina Hall and Vosklezu. They're both on that left island. The rightmost island. One is like where the sea is, or like where the N is for Concordant, like directly south, and the other's like in that in the area where it says Ant, like one of the little.
There is more than one N in Concordant. Which N?
The first one.
Do you see the little markers I put on the map?
Yes.
So Ratina Hall is the left one, I believe.
Yeah. Yes.
No, sorry,
Rightmost.
Vosklezu
And where
is
was
the
the last?
left one. And then Ratina Hall is the more northern one.
It's like on this side of the bay.
And where was the last known location of the missing ship?
Between the chains and the Tempest Station. So it's like anywhere south of the chain.
It's like somewhere along that line. Yeah, so it's probably a bit north of where it actually is, but still. So those are the four main cities of the Concordant. The other two you would know is Otok is the leftmost one on that one island. Big. You know it's the home of most lizard folk live there. The entire island is mainly swamp. It's like desert into it's beach into very small amounts of like regular forest, humid, and then straight into like swamp. a large amount of that entire island is like sunken, so it's like lots. It's like it's kind of shit. You might have been there in the past. It doesn't smell great. It's like a very humid. It smells like a rotting vegetation. But yeah, the lizard folk make their homes amongst the trees and like building above the water and little floating platforms. And it's also where a lot of medicinal herbs are grown. And then there is Ikaya is the middle one, which is the smallest of all the cities. It's almost exclusively nautical. What you know from that is that the entire city kind of like hugs the coastline of the island and doesn't really go inland at all. And to say there is law there is a loose definition of the word law. There are rules, but
Like
you know.
Wild West.
Yeah, it's like it's part of the concordant. It follows the concordance rules and laws, but you know, it's probably not as
They're more
strict
like
as other places in the
suggestions
concordant.
anyway.
Yeah, it's more like suggestions.
Don't kill people unless they're taking your liquor soul.
Don't
Yeah.
kill people unless you can get away with it.
And the other two are very much like cities. Retina Hall and Vosklezu.
And I'm from which one?
You're from the chain, so you're like all of those little islands. But you know that you
Left
can't.
side.
Yeah, on the left side. But you know that you can't really get on those. You need to go get like a skivvy, a smaller boat that can go through the much like dangerous waters. Yeah.
So yeah, that
So-
whole section there, that's the entire like curve. That's the archipelago.
Alright. So, to go somewhere and then commission a smaller ship would be the best course of action.
Yes.
And we wouldn't get that from the middle place because that's like law. The only thing that's going to be law there is me because I'm a law bard.
Hmm.
It's like it could happen, but the chances of it, it's like there's more risks there than going to other places.
Yeah, so we should go somewhere more eastern to get a vessel.
Yep.
Alright. I pose that to the group.
I'm
That sounds good to me.
happy with whatever. Before we set sail, I do have one request, though. And look to... Is Miss Ariante still there?
Yep.
Lady Ariante, if you have... Well, I imagine you have the means, but... If you get a chance, I would like you to pass a message on to one Nerisian. I just want him to know that I'll be coming back for my suitcase.
There's definitely a perplexed look on her face. Like she's like, I clearly don't know what this means. She's like,
It's almost an endearing way
Alright.
of saying it.
yeah, there's a look where it's like this is clearly some kind of inside joke. I don't know it. I'm not going to question it.
Thank you.
All right, I will see if someone can pass along the message.
Well, shall we set sail? Looking to the captain.
So which one do you want first, Glezu or Retina Hall? It's about a 2-day difference between the two. Be a week on the sea at a minimum.
Cyrus, that's up to you. I'll be on the deck.
Oh, what? I didn't hear it.
Which do you want to go, Vosklezu or Retina Hall? It's with one's 7 days, one's 9 days.
Probably the shorter the better.
Alright. Get on board.
As you all start to get aboard the vessel, making your ways up, carrying your belongings, Maria looks up towards the captain and goes, I understand the urgency. We will find her. She will not be lost to us. And to the rest of you, there'll be a bill when you return for the damages. And then she
No problem.
turns and starts to leave.
Well, welcome aboard the Crested Chris. I'll be your captain for this trip. If you have any nautical experience, feel free to help out. Otherwise, stay out of my men's way, and we'll have a good time.
I merely just start heading towards wherever, like, we're staying.
Rude. Okay.
I can assist with the night cleaning and watching if need be. That's about the best of my knowledge.
Have to do. And he like messages one of like the deckhands, like show them where they're staying, and he starts shouting orders, getting everyone ready to go as soon as light starts.
Yeah, you all board the ship. Everything's going. When the tide starts going out, you hear the cries of everyone on deck rushing about getting things set up. You quickly start setting off. The ship is rather fast, quite a bit faster than the other one you were on previously. As a very large twin-masted ship, and off you head.
Selena just sits, like, it just sort of, like, stands on the top deck and just, like, looks out at the sea. Kind of, like, just kind of ghostly, just no energy.
Yeah. And as your 7-day trip begins, what do you guys want to do? Do you have scenes you wish to participate, things you want to do, or are we time skipping?
Probably just spend some of that time working on the blueprint.
I do get lost. I want to play lies, though.
You want to what?
Play lies dice.
Okay, yeah, you can find some time to play Liar's Dice, though you have no coins, so... Or very little.
Copper. I'll see if I can make a profit.
Alright, roll a gambling check.
I have proficiency in dice. That's
I should
all I
loan him
need.
with gold.
I really hope AJ rolls on that 20, and Demi loses his money immediately. We're going for it. Roll your proficiency in dice.
Would this be intelligence, charisma, or...
It's like more of an insight
Any
sort of thing.
sleight of hand?
Honestly, I feel like you tell me what skill you're using, Dimitri, and how you're applying that to rolling dice.
Why is that, right?
Yeah.
Charisma.
So you're lying. You're being sneaky. You're using sub whatever the word is. My brain just turned off.
Subterfuge.
That's the word. Sure, you can use charisma.
With that roll, make a whole 2 other copper, and now you're on 4 copper.
Holy shit, I'm double my wealth.
Loaded. Absolutely loaded.
I could buy a pig.
You could buy a donkey.
No.
Hang on now, don't go too far.
I bought a donkey. Donkey's like...
You could buy at least a chicken, I believe.
Maybe one, yeah.
Okay, that's pretty cool. I like that.
You know what? I'll keep going until I make at least... More, I think I'll go until I get out of copper.
Okay. Roll another one.
You alright? You can buy 2 chickens.
Feel free to keep rolling. While he's gambling with the crew and the captain and whatnot. What are other people doing?
So, is this on the first day?
Yeah, it's whenever.
Whatever.
So, probably from the first, like, that day, she sort of spends time just, like, staring off and, like, watching, like, the ship sort of slowly leave the coast of Kidsland. And, after that, she just, like, sleeps for, like, nearly, like, a day. And after that, I'd probably just sort of keep to itself and sort of just wait, really.
You have small hands, I shall borrow them.
Okay,
Can you borrow the hands?
I'm hoping I come with the hands. I
Yes.
don't want the hands to be detached, thank you.
At some point, through the blueprint making, you're required to write something a little more finesse.
Yeah, if you asked, like...
Did you actually get cut
whatever.
about my calligraphy comment?
If any, I imagine, like, out of all of the people, like, Selena's handwriting would be like the most ridiculously neat. Like,
How I think it would be worded would be like, Selena, I need you to write this in a way that won't offend the total.
looks at you, smiles and nods, just like helps.
And then probably
Do I
goes
need
on
to roll
to explain
anything?
several words that you probably don't all get the entire gist of.
Are you cocky doing it?
Hmm?
Is Selena cocky in, like, yeah, I will write this really neat thing, because if you bring it to me, I'm going to grade it.
No, it's sort of more like she
Oh
just
my
thinks
God.
the situation's funny. She knows that she's got nice writing, but it's not like my writing's the best. It's just
It's sort of be like alternating between you two throughout the days.
what's Osiris's writing like?
Oh, I have no idea.
I can imagine
You're
it'd
not
be
chicken
like
scratch.
I
Doctor's
have a
writing
feeling
like
that-
chicken scratch.
No, I have a feeling like because he's so old, he's had it drilled into him
Aw.
that he has to write perfectly, and so he does so.
I sort of thought more like as you get older you realise like what's the fucking waste of, like just writing like perfectly neat when he can already read it. But I guess it's sort of more Osiris.
I feel
Hmm.
like he I know this isn't Jeremy, but I feel like he appreciates the written word.
You can
And how it's
appreciate
written.
writing without
Yeah.
writing nicely.
I appreciate the written
Um,
word. My writing's okay.
yeah.
Yeah, she'll do like help you with some calligraphy sort of stuff. Do I need to do any rolls at all? Or...
I don't think so. Like, it's just writing nicely.
She spent a lot of time writing.
Yeah.
She has like a massive diary, and you know, like you spent lots and lots of time writing like religious text.
I don't think you're doing like incredibly fancy, over the top like calligraphy. You're probably just doing good
Neat.
writing.
It's a
Yeah,
bloody
neat.
blueprint.
Exactly. Like
Yeah.
if you were doing crazy calligraphy, then yeah, you'd have to roll a calligraphy check. But it's a blueprint. You're probably writing just like specs and information.
However,
Yeah.
I will propose question to both Osiris and Selena, different days, of course. So more like, or maybe the same day, just at different times. He will propose the question of Osiris to mention that gems could be used as conduits.
I said maybe.
Would there be a way to amplify a humanoid as a conduit?
What a
Would-
roll on that? Like an Arcana?
Yep.
And then he's sort of like, while you're thinking, he'll start scribbling out what he thinks is a rune in Leonin.
I'm hoping this is like. It wouldn't have mattered anyway because I dropped this.
You know, this would have been.
So the kobold.
Have you still stayed up the past, what, one day
No,
we've
she
been on the
slept.
ship?
She's as soon as she.
This is
she,
on the later part of the trip. This is.
Yeah, as soon as she got away from the Gislanian coast, she just like slept for like 24 hours.
Honestly, I imagine we're in a small room. Osiris would be able to overhear the question. If you want to do it at the same time.
I mean, if you're asking me to be involved with it, I don't really do much else except like some of my own writing shit in my own time. So I don't think I leave the room really.
That's essentially what he's been doing. He's been alternating between you two, and then sort of like you're in the same room anyway.
So
You know what he's doing.
using a person as a conduit, like, is that? I'm assuming with the troll, like, I have no fucking clue.
Yeah, like it does kind of cling on the like, you know, you're a sorcerer. In a way, your blood is your conduit for your magic through like your bloodline, and but it's not really the same thing. You don't really, the concepts don't really mesh up.
Well, I guess anything's possible in this group. I mean, with my bloodline being my conduit to power, but at the same time, the celestial side of things, I guess that could almost be considered me being a conduit to, I forget his name. I think I called him Ilya in the end. Pretty sure. The celestials. Yeah, I think yeah, sort of me being a conduit of Ilya's power could be a similar thing, but I've
Well,
never
it's not
really
out
heard
of the
it.
question then.
It's
I
not
do
out of the
tend to
question.
spout a whole bunch of like things that don't make sense. It's just I don't know the specifics, but we all know that there are magic items to help us in all sorts of aspects of our abilities.
There's any.
Your
Sorry,
thing's
you go.
kind of like spell casting. Like it isn't and it is. So there would be no harm in trying to use like a focus to help. It doesn't even have to empower it, just to channel it more efficiently, I guess. So that way, instead of it struggling in however it is now, it's a bit smoother or easier, and then we can just wire it directly to these gauntlets as a thought.
If we still wanted to keep the idea of the black powder too, I could probably use the radiant as an ignition.
Radiant isn't fire.
I feel like the impact of you punching someone would create the ignition.
That would probably do it, mate.
Like, say you've got like 2 plates with like a spring in between, that when you hit it like scrapes like some steel and flint, and that makes the spark. I can't imagine radiant damage doing that.
Yeah,
What
like
if it
Gang's
could?
punch gloves.
Radiant
if-
bends, but not
What
the
if the
same.
energies of life and death, and Cyrus, you can definitely notice at this point Arcvis thinking too hard.
Hang on. I have a thing for this. Do I have a thing for this?
And he
still-
goes into a rage just sitting there.
I have
I
imagined like,
pat Arthur on the head, just gentle scritches.
when you like the powers of life and death, I imagine like you lift up one of your hands for life, the other hand for death, and in the whole urge, you just like slowly putting your hands together.
The fists get
Yep.
more and more clenched,
He put-
digging
start-
claws into hands.
I know that's going to be refreshed
he
before
starts
we land,
becoming
but yeah.
undead, and that's the problem.
It's all theory, of course. Everything's
I-
theorycraft until you try.
A game theory.
Hmm.
Thanks, Porch.
Continue,
What do you have that can be used as a
continue
focus?
patting Arthur.
Well, I don't
Th-
have
this is a
anything
much more angry
enchanted as a focus. I mean, I do. That's not gonna work. That already gave away.
Have a stick.
No, it definitely needs to be something enchanted. if
Just
it's
do
going
you
to-
have a stick?
Hang on a second.
You
I'm
you
like
are
on quarter staff.
insufferable when you are like this.
I think I have a
Logic
quarter
has
staff.
left
One
the
sec.
building. For out of context, what
I
Ark
do not.
is planning? If no one has a stick, he's just gonna rip like a tiny
Is
bit.
this
I
all
do-
happening
I-
like around everyone?
This is in the
Yeah, I
room
think
I
so.
showed you.
I assume we have a room to like chill out. We don't have to chill in
Yeah.
our rooms. Like,
Yeah,
Are
so
you gonna
once
pull
you're
out
in
a stick
something,
from the lifeline?
Just across the floor, then probably like eventually landing at Osiris's feet. Like basically a wand appears at your foot, which is the +1 wand of the War Mage. Like basically, as soon as like Aqua's like, give me a stick, and just to kind of like just satisfy him, she just throws that across the room
Oh.
towards you.
I do have a
So-
staff.
I guess try and punch you with your right fist while this is in your left hand to see if it channels anything better. If not, then it's not that kind of enchantment. I have to try something else, but I mean, it might work.
More what Aqua was going for was, as he sort of gets more annoyed, he was gonna like put it between his two clenched, I was gonna say fists, and try to focus on it. I don't know how DMs want to do anything with this. It's just, yeah. He is now trying to channel Radiant and Necrotic through a magical stick.
you channel Radiant and Necrotic through your aggressive furs into the stick. Make me. Oh God, what is it? Is it Wisdom for some of your saving throws and stuff, Akfa? Like your
Did you say-
attacks.
Let
You
me
say
check
me
the one
being
for-
involved
Yeah.
could give inspiration?
Tell me how you could give him inspiration. Just give me.
get
just
angry.
stop-
Magic flute.
Yeah, well, me explaining him through this process and of possibilities and of things to try and certain outcomes that could
Oh, no, it
come
might be
through.
fun.
I know that his brain is probably the size of a walnut, so I'm trying to dumb it down for him, but
I'm now confused. Is it con
I'm just
or is
trying
it
to, like,
wisdom?
cause and effect.
Con and strength.
just trying to explain him to the processes of how channeling magic can work.
Sorry, I was basing this off Daunting Roll, which is con, and I don't know if that's what you meant.
Not right. It's like
It's off
I
the
don't know if-
barbarian stuff.
I'm more thinking like the fanatic subclass. Does it have anything that requires saving throws?
I don't think it does. No.
Not
Okay.
that I'm aware of.
Then I'm
Put it
still
on
going to
my
say
phone.
wisdom.
Yep.
Because, well, A, I think your wisdom's pretty good, and B, because usually holier magic tends to be wisdom based.
Mhm.
Just make
Charisma.
just a wisdom check.
You know what? I'm gonna burn the inspiration.
Have
Do
that
it.
guidance.
I forget what guidance does.
It's an extra
One
D4.
Oh, it rolled back, you bitch!
So close. Yeah.
Does
That's
he
it.
get
Make
my
that a-
inspiration to
Make
it as
that a
well?
20.
So
Was the explanation enough?
I don't. You can't double up an inspiration, so you wouldn't be able to use yours if he's using his.
My bardic inspiration.
Oh, bardic inspiration.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck it. Add it on. Why not?
Have
Who
another-
cares?
so
Dude,
the-
magic flute.
Yeah.
What was it? The
It's a
8.
D8.
D8.
Oh my god, a D8.
We're up to 22.
22.
Hell yeah.
So you hold the stick and you focus your rage and your aggression, and that whatever it is inside of you that you like pulls you towards this like bloodthirsty state whenever you do give in to the rage and seek to, you know,
Enact the violence.
unload your judgment on the others through the means of aggressively pummeling them.
Does it seek to unalive someone?
Yeah, except you really focus that unaliving on the stick.
Would this be a good chance for Artfur to suddenly remember some things that he shouldn't?
So you focus very, very heavily on this stick. What a timing for AJ to get back as well.
I'm
You
back.
focus it. You're incredibly heavily on this stick. You hold on to it. You channel this radiant and divine energy, one out of one hand, one out of the other. You watch as like the palm of your hand starts to glow for one, and the other one starts to grow this deep, dark, blackish color as you focus in on. And as you do, down this magically reinforced stick, you watch that like radiant and the necrotic kind of rush down either end of the stick and meet in the middle. And then I want you to make me a Constitution saving throw
Hell yeah.
that you'll probably pass with flying colors because
What
it's
about
you.
the rest of us in the room?
Yeah, I was pretty close.
Like, how
Well-
big of an explosion is this?
So because this is a magical item he is using as the focus of it, it's not too bad.
Did I just destroy something?
No.
Okay.
If
Never
you
mind.
had rolled a nat 20 on the wisdom check, maybe you would have. So yeah, you see the energy blast down and it pulses back out. The second the two ends touch each other, there is an immediate counter reaction that blasts back up either hand, which causes you to drop the wand. But luckily you don't hurt yourself, aside from that both your hands kind of sting now. Yeah.
We all saw that. Like,
Yeah,
Did I
you guys
just
see like
attack myself.
it takes like a good 2 or 3 minutes of focusing if you to actually be able to generate this effect. This isn't something you do in like a second.
So I'm gonna say burn through a couple rages.
Nah.
No?
well, I could definitely say that I've never seen someone who never used magic before do that.
That's probably
really
as
was
close to
something.
magic as magic gets without it being magic, but...
I don't think I've ever seen anything in my entire life.
I am gonna get some fresh air.
So you leave. The other two keep discussing, or we're gonna follow from what do you want? Which way are you going here?
I think like I just get into a discussion with Osiris about it, like the potential.
Okay. You guys talk about the potential of like, you know, this is a different kind of magic. Neither of you really know a crazy amount about it. It's very strange. Arkva, you leave the room, which it's you guys have this like nice cabin underneath the actual ship. Unlike last time, where it was a cleared space, clear like a cargo area with cots thrown on the ground for you. This is like a proper living like area. It's clearly where like a section of the crew would probably sleep, but there were like proper hammocks set up where everyone can sleep in, and there's room for all of you plus your stuff. It's like not as cramped as the previous one was. So you step out of this area and you make your way towards the stairs. to clear your head. And as you're walking through the dark interior of the ship, with the light in through the different areas, you have these weird flashes as you're walking down of walking through the church with a broken stained glass window and light coming in through the cracks of when you go up the stairs. It's ascending the wooden stairs of the ship, and then it's the stone stairs of the temple, then it's the wooden stairs of the ship again, and then the stone stairs yet again, choking yourself with the smoke as the building around you is burning. And then as you step out onto the deck of the ship, the light blinds you for a moment and everything goes back to normal.
He's just gonna breathe for a bit. He remembered something. He remembered his childhood.
When I was 3, I burnt down the orphanage. It was a travesty.
Anyway, the others can continue.
As you play a couple games over the couple days, you're up to 1.6 silver pieces. Xavier.
I've made more money than I've actually had.
You make me a charisma check with disadvantage.
What?
You make me a charisma check with disadvantage.
I'll take.
Ooh.
No one wants to play with you anymore.
Oh, of course.
I imagine he starts gloating or something.
Even if he doesn't, occasionally when you win a round you're going through, as you're leaving, you hear the occasional muffled, partial fucking hobgoblins. And then people just go, sorry, I'm too busy when you try to play in the future. I can't, the captain really get really mad.
Do I sort of like, over the course of this time, do I see like, is he openly doing this as he's like trying to make money, or is it like just, you know, just like a game?
It's at night when the crew's just finally getting to sleep, chilling out, like you know, as you do after a long hard day, like you just want to relax, play some games, you know, chill out the meds. So, oh yeah, gonna play. Get the money, and it's more focused on the I haven't been paid yet, and I don't like owing people money, and now I owe Christine like 900 gold, and it's not that fun.
Like, and it's like you say this is like, yeah, we don't want to play, and you're like, he's only won a silver. Like, what's he doing? If he's only won a silver, they don't want to play with him.
I rolled a really bad sleight of hand.
That you
What
did.
were you trying to slide?
I was gonna try and slide some money into Xavier's pocket.
You go to like reach to slip some money in his
I
pocket.
can't find his pocket, so I end up just touching him on the side.
Well, like you got the handful of money, and as you go to like reach in forward, that's when the ship just rocks suddenly.
She
And you
just falls forward on her face.
Yeah, you just kind of like hit him with your hand and fall down.
Are you okay there?
Yes.
Do you need help?
I need you to
Reach
take
down.
this money. He hands you 10 gold. Because we all have money from our last job and you haven't been paid. So you need money.
But no.
You are a part of this group and you've done plenty to help with that, and you deserve to be paid. This isn't a charity. This is me paying you back for helping with the group.
So this is November. Am I still sorting all stuff?
No, this is... I don't... If I had no money and I couldn't feed myself, would you help?
Oh, I don't know.
Exactly. And she hands you the 10 gold.
So
Care
this
about your well-being.
So this is pity.
This is care. It's not
Okay.
pity. I care.
Pity. Just picks you up, dusts you off, walks off.
She just follows you. Don't walk away from me. I'm not done. I'm not pitying you.
Then what is this?
This is me caring about a friend. Take the goddamn money.
No.
Well, I guess next time we go to a port somewhere, I'll have to buy you some rations. Because we don't know if we're always going to be able to get the good berry all the time, and you must be getting kind of bored of that, so... And then I'll have too many rations if you don't take them, so then... that will be a burden to me. So you'll just have to take the rations.
You do realize that I'm very fine with rations.
I did not hear that, sorry.
You do realize that I'm very fine with rations. It's like if Hera makes our food every day. We probably don't even need to buy them at this point.
Yes, but sometimes good berry gets a bit boring. Isn't it nice to just, mix it up with, like, I don't know, dried jerky and bread?
I was lucky if I got to have bland, nondescript stew.
Yeah, well, we're all living a new life now, so, bland jerky it is. She sort of gives you, like, a sort of silly smile.
Hustles your hair.
It takes me out. What am I saying? I've got prestigitate. It takes me 1 second to get ready in the morning.
Scum.
What?
You're a little scum.
That is probably the first time anyone has ever said that to me.
Well,
Scamp. Now, I'd say Nerisian was probably a bit of a scamp, but...
I'm sorry. I have keep trouble making a list of your friends. Is that the
It was
guy
the kobold.
What kobold? I don't know. I only know there's the Triton, there's the...
Oh, so... He was a kobold.
Oh,
I keep forgetting.
he was so he was a Triton now. He's the fishman.
Yes.
Oh, okay. What does
I
that
can't
have to do
not
with
see him as a kobold.
Oh.
Weird times, huh? As she's, like, been talking to you, I'm gonna try another sleight of hand. I don't know, 16.
Can I make a perception check because I know she's trying to give me the money?
I feel like, because your passive perception's pretty good, isn't it?
It's 10.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I'm the one with the
Why
high
do you think I'm
perception.
playing hide and go seek with the invisible turtle?
That's right. That's Aqua is the one that's the perception boy.
Yeah. Would I be able to make one, or do I just take the passive of this?
What's your passive?
10.
I feel like because you are, like, probably catching on, you I don't know, it's up to the DMs.
I think this is like a distracting a conversation. I don't think he's actively looking out for you slipping money into him anymore. Like...
Okay.
I feel like at the end of the conversation, she just, like, gives you, like, an awkward hug, like a pat on the side, and then just, like, is like, alright, I'm going back down now. I'll talk to you later.
Huh. Maybe just stand there for a bit.
Add 10 gold to your inventory, by the way.
Contemplating the first actual sort of companionship he's had in a little while. Any sort of affection, like, and then I'll just go up topside and keep an eye over the water.
Okay.
Lead up to the deck.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to do anything during this trip?
I think we learned a lot in 7 days.
I think we did too.
I will also spend Anthony and resources in researching whatever the fuck kind of magic goes through Jakuba. Or
I was
sorry,
actually
the
thinking about it,
used
and sorry, out of character here. I was just thinking about it logically, and a barbarian is basically like channeling some sort of just their actual emotion.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's like raw energy, I guess.
I was gonna treat it like a sorcerer.
Yeah, it's
Which-
primal.
D.
It's like they are making their entire body the focus.
Yeah, so in a way, it's like the way I'm describing it is like something is like using your sheer emotional focus to then give you a little extra bit of oomph.
Yeah, it's
Still
like
so many
Like a
questions.
it's like mixing a bard and a sorcerer, but with no magic.
Literally.
Like the fanatic barbarians are basically barbarian paladins in a way.
Yeah.
I can't imagine from like the party's perspective though. It is definitely weird seeing a non-magic user do it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think for me it would be like, I mean, there's just innate magic there in some regard, but I have the perspective of there's a lot of innate magic within me, so shrug.
I think
I keep forgetting that Arthur is the only one without magic.
Yeah.
I have a
Well,
sword.
he has magic. I sort of think I see it as like this whole group seems to have been drawn together by like some kind of like magical means, or like, you know, whatever, like that we're all sort of special in some way. and
Some
this
would
is
call
like
it
thing.
fate. Fate.
So,
Yeah.
nah, fate doesn't
Where's
exist.
Destiny.
Where's Truck Shunt? Take us all back at once.
You could say we all have forgotten echoes in our pasts.
Darren, that's worth kicking him. If you kick me, you kick me for less.
Come on, it's so bad.
Sam, I've done it and I got inspiration. You just gotta figure it out naturally.
I get kicked from the survey, he gets inspiration. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah,
It's
I
the
call
timing.
bias.
it's the time.
Does that mean I'm better?
So yeah, what are you going to Athenium?
I want to research accounts of people harnessing magic adjacent abilities and any sort of records on that, but them not being inherently magic.
You can
Okay.
make your usual arcana, Anthonyum check.
Investigation.
That's the
I
word.
think you could look
Investigation.
for literally other barbarians that have done it.
If you want to
Does
spend,
Elu give me the help action?
sure. Because Elu comes with you when you go to the Athenium.
Darren will send you an info dump.
Yeah, all good.
Like always. You
Uh,
can divvy that out as you want.
So, as the 21st of Falk comes close enough to an end, as it's getting towards the evening, you see as the ship starts to slow down as you enter the bay of Vosklezu. You
Vosklezu is a very large city. The island, as you approach it, is a lot more jungly, with the city itself rising up out of the twistings of trees and whatnot in large stone structures that pierce up through the trees. You see vine work and stuff mixed in with the stonework on the very large structures. The docks themselves, built straight out into the ocean, are very large slabs of stone. It's a lot more humid the closer you get to the city, and the bits of the wood you do see that's being used is usually mildew-ridden and old and falling apart. It seems like wooden structures, unless they're very carefully cared for, probably wouldn't last a long time in this weather. Even approaching the city, there are a few buildings you can see from ages away. These very large, nearly almost not pyramid-esque, but what are those structures like the Aztec things called?
I think they're also called pyramids.
Yeah, they've got another name, don't they?
They might do.
Mausoleums, something like
Those
that.
like the large like tiered buildings.
Buildings are pyramids.
Thank you. You see like I think there's 3 of them in the distance of the city that is like come clearly to like taller than everything else in the city itself. And you see this constant traffic of ships either entering or leaving these docks.
Yeah, I think they're just called Mesoamerican pyramids.
Well, there we are, Mesoamerican. It's like that, yeah, like the Mesoamerican pyramid style structures that sit like taller than everything else.
Are we about to come across some young thing?
Yeah, as you look aboard the dockyards, you see a large amount of scaled folk. They're not the only people there, but they are the vast majority. You see lizard folk, you see a large amount of Yuan-Ti, more than any other scaled folk there. Dragonborns, kobolds. You see the Genasi are also among there, a few humans. There are a little bit of the outlier races there as well, but that seems to be the major majority of the people there. As you pull up to the port and into the dock, you see a vast number of these people all working around and doing stuff.
I'll say as well, unlike when you guys were at Drakazul, where the majority of Dragonborns were, was it metallic?
Yeah.
A majority of these ones are chromatic.
Ooh, that's spicy.
Yeah, the ship starts heading to dock. Anyone want to do anything before you make landfall?
I clock to see if there are any fellow turtles.
Oh yeah, there's a few. There's like, you've really only seen like a handful of turtles now and then in the different cities. Like you saw a couple in Tempest Bay, but like you look out and you immediately spot like 10 different turtles just like on the docks doing things. You see like a shop where like someone like selling fish at a market, and like there's a turtle shopkeeper like cutting up the fish and giving it out to like a Yuan-Ti who's buying it. Like there's quite a few turtles here.
How
There's
does
still
it
a
seem like
minority.
the interaction is between the other scaled folks and the turtles?
At a glance, it seems like a fair deal. Like they're not being treated lesser or like more than. People are treating them like normal citizens.
Can I do a quick glance to see whether or not I can see anyone in, like, garb that would suggest that they're part of the eyes?
Yeah, totally.
Go ahead.
You can make a perception specifically for Aya. You look around the crowd, you don't see anyone who looks like an eye specifically. Like, there's no one wearing the tabard of an eye that you can spot immediately.
100% they could be undercover, though, so...
Yeah, you do see guards and whatnot around. You see a lot of official-looking people, like people carrying clipboards, people with paperwork and documents. You literally watch as the ship pulls up into dock, and there's about 6 people all standing at the end of the gangplank, and the captain is like walking down the gangplank towards them, holding a literal like fistful of documents, and all 6 people immediately start like talking to him at once. So there's a lot of order in some ways, it seems like, but no one who, like, it looks like there's no eyes exactly.
I think before we would have gotten out and whatnot, she would have dressed in like just a standard travel wear and had like she just in seeing like, yeah, there are guards around, of course there's going to be guards around, she just gets like a cloak and sort of pulls that over her head just to sort of obscure herself a little bit.
Alright.
I first just come check to make sure Xavier and Christine aren't killing each other before we get off.
It's probably a good idea.
You know, just
I have a
check on them
question.
both.
Yep.
So I've been doing spellbook things, as Wizard does.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have checked to see if the transfer of documents back with Maria, did that work?
So you look in the back pages of the book where you asked Ilu to deposit the information, and you see words there where clearly something was transposed, but it's like a splash of words.
Okay.
So it's like the part where she passed through first, like all the words are kind of there, and then as she went further through, it's kind of gone further and further out from the center. You could potentially try to like put them back in the right order, but it's not right looking.
Yep, that's cool. All good.
Hmm.
It gives Elu a pat. Like I
So
said,
everyone gathers on the deck of the ship.
Well,
As you do, you see as Captain Shush is literally like he's got his hand on his head, and he's got like 3 clipboards like in his hand, and he's just like, "Oh, I hate this place so much."
And like his first mate runs up and says, "You forgot the emergency docking documents."
Looks at it like quickly like pulls an ink pen and starts signing. Okay, is that all?
I
4?
believe so.
Okay. You stay next to me. Shut up. Turns to your group.
The ship starts
Oh.
coming into harbour. As it gets closer, you watch like almost like a parade of different individuals come walking down the docks in the direction of the ship before you even stop. There's like a lizard folk man with flags who's like guiding the ship to the exact point they want it to stop. And when he shows like some kind of signal that none of you recognize, immediately the crew springs to actions, throwing ropes and dropping like anchor in a specific area to make sure the ship goes where they want. The gangplank is moved down as soon as possible as these sorted. There's like 2 Yuan-Ti, a lizard folk, a turtle, a dragonborn, and a kobold all gathered at the end. All of them with like documents, a fistful of like clipboard and stuff. And the captain just sighs and starts walking down the gangplank towards them.
He just walks towards the gangplank and he starts walking past. He's like, "We have a party of people, we're just dropping them off here. Requisition of depositing transport, requisition of staying a night, requisition of leaving in the morning, and additional payments needed."
Yeah, and you basically watch as the captain has to go through some bureaucratic nightmare almost in order to even allow his ship to stay here and then be allowed to leave in the morning.
fucking bureaucrats.
And only after a good 5 minutes of these people going over these documents does the captain wave you guys to be able to leave the ship.
Without hesitation, Akbar is off the water.
As soon as you're on the docks, the captain turns to you and is like, "Listen, I don't know if you've been here before. Do not sign anything without reading it."
Good thing I can't read.
No. No.
Turns to Osiris. "Please make sure he doesn't sign anything."
I'll make sure he does.
I will make sure.
Akbar was bluffing. He can read.
This man doesn't know you.
He's just like, "Oh fuck, you can't read someone else."
Good luck.
Yeah.
He goes back onto his ship.
Thank you, Captain.
That doesn't give me good feelings. What do you know of this place, Osiris?
That's more a question for the BMs rather than me.
I sent
What
you
does
a...
Osiris
We
know?
gave you an info dump.
I gave you an info dump.
Did you?
Yeah, I think last time.
Hang on. One
Man
sec.
can't forget. Man can't remember anything after like 2 days.
I put them in boxes.
Which one are we at again?
Vosklezu.
Lizzie.
This is the place that
I don't think that's on my list.
It's in the Discord chat.
Yeah, you got.
Capital City,
Star
Vosklezu.
and-
Right underneath that.
Oh, okay, that's not how I imagined that is written. Okay, cool.
Oh. Okay.
I just hear Glizzy and I think of
I'll tap that in for you because you guess you didn't hear that. Oi! Stop fighting.
in New York.
What if I want to fight?
You can fight all you want. My cats can't. Not in my room.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go fight.
Actually, there might be an H in there. I'm gonna double check.
Yeah.
No, there isn't.
HSK.
No, that's in Lezu, but no, it's no H.
So none of
Yo,
your
it's the
things.
Lezu city? What city?
Well,
I don't know too much about this place. It is a very large trade hub. Prepare to be conned, I suppose. Comes with the territory. But there's not
So,
too much
you're
of a
saying
road.
get what we need and get out.
Yeah, well, the only thing we need from here is a... Do I know the name of the type of ship they used to navigate the archipelagos?
It would just be a smaller style vessel. Like the one you guys came in on was like a larger two-masted trading vessel, not a galleon. It's more of a common war vessel.
Just say like a schooner.
No, schooners are
Schooners
usually
are-
longer and yeah, this lighter vessels. It's more of like a caravel or a cog. The cogs are three-masted. You're looking for something more like a schooner or like a smaller vessel like that.
Yes, something that's one mast.
Yeah. Like maybe only has a dozen crew total.
Yeah.
So you guys all gather at the bottom of the thing. The captain like goes back up on the ship. You immediately hear him yelling to the crew like, "Don't leave the vessel. Stay here. I am not filling out more paperwork." And they even pull all the gangplank up so no one can
Yep.
leave easily.
Yep, fair.
When you guys stand near the 5 of the 6 people leave, except for the kobold, who is standing just a little ways off from you with a clipboard, kind of like reading over it. And he looks up, he was like, "So, what is your business here?"
We're here to buy or hire out a small ship in order to navigate the archipelagos.
Okay, then we can have a small ship. How many days do you plan on staying?
Here?
Yes.
It depends whether we can get the ship now or if I've got to wait. So for me to answer you, I need that to be answered.
He's like looking through, like flips a page, flips another page, flips back and goes, "I don't have a document for variable date of expedition, but I do have a document here for leasing or purchase of vessel for charter reasons. Lease or purchase, which one are you going for?"
Like depending what the prices are. So variable priced if you have that in your selected list of documents.
That's up to the captain.
Well, I'm going to need to speak to a captain or a shipwright? I think that's the right word.
So you'll need
Sounds right to me.
I don't know.
Okay, well,
Sound shit.
for now, as price seems to be an issue, I'm going to fill out a document for potential lease of vessel. This way you'll be allowed to, you can present this to a captain to be allowed to lease a vessel from him. He signs the thing and hands it to you, and it's already a document. It's an entire page from top to bottom of like legal jargon, but the gist of what you skim over, this document legally lets you ask someone to charter their vessel.
My God.
And
If you don't have it, you aren't even allowed to ask.
Okay.
He then gets another form. It's like, "And here is your entry permits." The captain's already provided the basic information. 1, 2, 3, 4. And he provides a document for each of you where he asks all of you to write your name on a line. It's
I wish
basically
to-
a permit that lets you enter the city.
I wish
Buckfoot
to,
tries to read over it.
I also wish to read these over. I'm bureaucracy man.
Huckler even pulled out his fake glasses for this.
You,
Mine.
as you're reading, Xavier, you've dealt with legal jargon before. This is like the next level. They are very anal about every minute detail. Like, you wouldn't, like, reading bylaws is easier than this shit.
In fact, make Xavier and Aqua, you both done it. Can you both make me a religion check, as that's where you would have learned this stuff?
Of course.
I imagine for me, I would have just gave it a quick skim and just like as soon as it got like
I wish
slightly
to save
technical on the
face
first
to make that a
sentence.
26.
Sure.
Like
You
it-
both notice when skimming the document, these documents say the amount of times you're allowed to enter the city. It's listed as 1. So if you will leave the city, these documents are no longer valid and you will not be allowed in.
Hang on. I got a little query about this here. Ladies and gentlemen, do we plan on coming back here after chartering the ship?
We
If we
don't
were-
have to. I am familiar with the captain. I can always communicate with the captain to pick us up somewhere else.
And this seems fair enough to me.
This place always gives me a headache. A few times I've been here.
Yeah, you probably have been here at least once or twice.
Are there any surcharges or must read the fine print before signing? Voneutia?
So as you're thinking that, when you're going over over like your like, all right, this document lets you come into the city. Here, I need a date for when you roughly believe you'll be leaving the city.
Let's say tomorrow.
Okay, tomorrow works. And he starts filling everything out and hands document to be allowed to leave.
Does it specify a date or like an evening period, or does it just say tomorrow?
It specifies the date of. What's the date today, AJ?
It's the 22nd. The document be
So-
signed for.
It specifies that you must leave on the 22nd. It doesn't say exactly when. There is a section that stipulates late fees. If you fail to leave on the 22nd, then you must pay an additional charge in order to extend it, and the charge goes up every single day.
How much is the charge?
It's like a gold for the first day, and then every day for the week, and then it becomes 5 gold for every day after that, and then it's 15 gold every day after that.
Yeah.
And whoever came up with this and was able to stick it must be rolling in coin.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So there's your documents of entry, documents of exit. You got the documents of leasing. Is there any other business you plan on doing within the city itself?
I do want to check. Does it specify we can ask a captain about chartering a ship, or does it say we can ask captains plural?
It says captains plural. It says
Alright,
once
cool.
you sign an agreement of charter, then this document becomes void and the captain must take it.
Yeah, cool, sweet.
So you get all those, and then he looks over documents. He has, alrighty. So those are all your documents to enter, leave, and charter. If you lose any of your documents, please head to the administration hub found in. And he turns his points to the biggest of the 3 pyramids. It's hard to miss.
Do you require a document for getting a drink?
He looks through his thing, flicks. Here's a document for mercantile purchase of beverage.
I read over it real quick. I assume there's no real catch on that one. Just
It lets you purchase beverages during your time staying in the city at any bar, tavern, inn, or place of hospitality.
Are there
I
any?
would like one for lodgings as well as foods and other goods.
He takes back the document for the drinks and just brings you a catch-all one that's got like places to stay for a drink and other mercantile purchases, but that comes with like you need $5. You need 5 gold for this one.
I'll cover that.
What was Selena saying?
It was more out of character. I'm asking, is there anything that in the notes is sort of repercussions of leaving before said time? So, like, if we were to find a ship today, would we get like in trouble for that?
Oh yeah, if you were to leave beforehand, that's technically a breach of contract, and it states the next time you arrive in the city, you'll be required to pay breach of contract fee of 5 gold.
Okay,
Just don't
so,
come back.
okay, so we have to stay at least a day. Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Here is some standard documentation that lets you move around the city. You can do here, and he hands you a few things, like it's like you're allowed to enter places of business, you're allowed to like talk to civilians, people like that. He gets a document for you, which is you're allowed to request aid from guards. Basically everything requires a document of some kind to be had, and you're required to keep all of them on your persons, and if you lose any of them, you have to then go and get them in the administration hub. Anywhere from a 48-hour to 2-week waiting period for getting new documentation issued.
He's handing you last one, and this one is the document that lets you breathe in here. That's just a joke. You wouldn't need something like that.
Sign here.
Cyrus, you ever want to strangle some people?
Strangle, no, but it's all about patience here.
Of course.
If you'd like to request a license for strangulation of individual, that can be done at the administration hub, though it comes with a hefty fee.
You don't have one on you?
Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to issue said forms.
Tell you what, I'll keep it in mind for the next time I'm ever here.
Is there a form to perform spellcasting in the city?
He just goes, just flicking through his documents. Yes, there is.
Dude needs an index.
Oh yeah, like this folder he has is like completely full of like just
Okay.
different types, and he has repeated sheets. You can tell at this point he has basically a bag of holding full of different documents.
Yeah.
So we're covered for lodging and essentially being a person here to talk to other people, regardless of their occupation. We can talk to a captain to secure a ship and get out of here by tomorrow, right?
I believe so, yes.
I
That
guess
sounds
that's
good,
everything then.
Osiris.
Um,
I believe so.
would you need a document to have a good day? Because I would like to wish you one good son.
Yeah,
He hands you a form, and it's a employee review. It's a feedback form. Like, feel free to fill this in at any point in time, and you can turn it to one of the administration hubs around the city. Please give me a 5-star review.
You've been lovely.
Why do they
Is
use star reviews? The stars are falling out of the sky.
Yeah, there's so few of them that each star is worth so much.
It's got a point.
Well, for honesty, you get a 5.
Is there an above legal limit of which I'm allowed to give this many stars?
yeah, there's only 5 stars. If you give him a 6 star, it's punishable. You need to pay a $5 fee.
But does he still get a good review?
No,
avoid
it's
the
null and
document.
void document.
Ah,
It's outside the perimeters that they have stated.
Yeah.
Right, well, if that's everything, I'm going to sign then.
Yep.
You assign a stupid amount of paperwork. It's just unfortunate how much. None of this is actually paper. It's all on some form of animal hide.
As you like doing this, as anyone like looks back at the ship, you just see the captain just sitting there shaking his head, like, you had to choose this place, huh?
Bye, Captain.
But
Yeah. After filling out everything, this
could
guy
get the
goes
warning.
through. He stamps all of your documents, every single one of them, and then he just, without saying goodbye, just leaves.
it is now early afternoon on the 21st.
Let's...
Did we just pass through the fucking morning?
No, you came here in the afternoon.
Right, how about we send one half of you to find lodging, and the other half of us will find a captain.
Sounds good.
I'll go look for a boat. Don't make sure you read someone who's
It's
going to
crap.
the boat.
I'll go to the boat. I'm probably the most legible.
I would rather you go find lodging with them because I want to make sure they don't sign any BS.
I'm going on the boat.
You assume I'm going to sign BS?
No, I assume he's
That's
going to
not my
sign BS,
initials.
and I
Okay.
point to Akbar.
I'll stay with you then.
So we'll all just go find a boat, and then we'll all just go find lodging. Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, I say stick to a group.
Hold on. We must also find one of those administrative hubs to drop off this document.
Did you give me
And I
5
hope-
stars?
And I hold up the employee review card.
Make it quick.
You see, as you look around, like, there are little buildings that just have like these little signs that just say admin, and you can assume one of them there's like a little slot that says reviews, and it's like you can just drop the review into the slot.
Did the guy give his name? Or
It's
was it
on the
already
documents.
listed?
Yeah, when he
Okay.
stamped it, it's on the stamp.
Yep. I'd like to write excellent service, very thorough, 5 stars. And then I give him, and then I circle the 5-star and give an indication that I'm selecting the 5th star.
Alright, you drop it into the slot.
Yeah.
Make me a perception check.
Oh yeah, there's probably eyes around here. It's fucking bad.
In a city full of paperwork, I'm not surprised.
With a 12, you don't really notice anything. You drop into the slot clangs shut, and then yeah, you deposited the review.
Right.
I'd like to keep my eye out for suspicious-looking individuals that could possibly be undercover.
Fair enough. You keep your eye out for suspicious individuals.
I imagine you see the party and people that look suspicious in the party.
I
Very
then
sus.
put my helmet back on.
Okay. So you all go looking for a boat.
Yep.
You guys are splitting up, aren't you?
No,
Are you
I
staying
thought we
together?
were.
Okay.
We figured
We-
it's best in the end.
that was the first idea, and then it was like, you know what? Let's just stick together.
Fair enough.
Arkful will sort of stick more towards the back since he can move a little faster to catch up if need be. And we'll keep an eye out for any eyes that won't peek at us.
So yeah, you guys start making your way along the docks. As you're making your way down the different areas, you see these dozens of different vessels. A lot of them are like filling things out, or people are arriving or loading up and stuff like that. Almost every like major ship that is filling or emptying has at least one individual with some form of documentation, watching and like marking things down. As you're wandering along, you watch a ship like pull up in a different area, and they miss the marking point where the lizard folk with the flag is. And when the captain gets off, he immediately has to pay a fine for parking incorrectly.
This
So
place is nuts.
for a ship, who is leading the search for a vessel?
I feel like it's Osiris. I'm pretty sure it's Osiris.
Yeah, I'll do it, I suppose.
Yeah, just make a standard, either a streetwise with charisma or a perception. But either way, because like the Concordant is your home. You know what to look for. The check for you is not super hard to find the right kind of vessel.
Give me one sec. Give me one sec. Damn it!
Nah, you gotta be quicker than that.
I said, someone's gonna give me guidance.
You could have just yelled guidance.
I didn't want to talk over the top of people. I was trying to have my etiquette.
I'll say I'm nicer than AJ. You can give him guidance anyway because you were actively trying to do it.
Wow.
I'm against this. I
I'm
want to
sure.
know. The role has been cast. The guidance shall be not avoided, but Darren says so.
Yeah, fuck you. Roll an extra D4, Osiris.
Can't believe it.
I should have
Misusing
given
his
him
powers.
a gift, but whatever.
You say special privileges, I'm gonna smack you in the face.
Ah, fuck.
It takes a little while for you to find correct a vessel. It's like you're walking up and down searching. You do find one or two, but either the captains are leaving later than your expected of dispatch, like day of dispatchment, or they're coming like they're leaving today, or they're leaving in like a week, or like they're not currently through. So there's a few times you strike out, unfortunately. But eventually you make your way down and you see one vessel, and that is like you start talking to the captain, who's this large lizard folk man, a very very tall and burly looking Komodo dragon lizard folk, and he's like, "Yes, I can take you to the chain. How long do you plan on being there?"
It's a little difficult to estimate because we are looking for something and we don't exactly know where it is.
Had a character, could they just drop us off and then we could get the other guys to pick us up? Or
Oh yeah, you could try. The other vessel is too large to get into these areas of the chain.
alright, yeah. Would there be like actually you know what? I don't know any of this. I don't know anything about KC, so I'm not gonna ask that.
Well, if you would be inclined, you can charter our vessel for a number of days. Given the lot of you and the space you will take up, this would be purely a minor trading trip for us. You would be our main source of income. It would be 8 gold per person. Wait, Darren's double check his notes to make sure that's right.
It says 20 GP total, plus
20.
plus work.
There you go. I missed it.
The other one was cooler.
20 GP, you said?
It's 20 gold pieces, and you will have to assist the vessel.
20 gold pieces for the entire time?
To the trip there, which will take roughly 6 days. If we're there for additional days, there will be additional costs. As if you were able to assist to hand the vessel as we are traveling, though, they will stay low.
That's not too much of a problem for you. I
No.
believe we're capable of carrying our own weight. The issue is how many days we might be gone for. However, okay, just to check, so it got lost around here somewhere, yeah? Like loosely?
I do not have the
On the
map
map.
anymore.
It's like more like around here.
I assume it got lost like on some in the middle of the okay.
It's between the KC and the Maelstrom.
Right. Okay. So
It's just like the KC has these islands that are all the way out, like in those areas as well, or even further
they're just
west.
not on the map. Cool. Cool.
Yeah, it's like because like that area shows groups of islands. These are like this island would be so these islands that they rent out are so small that you could probably only have one building on the entire island.
Okay.
That sounds familiar.
All right. So if it's you said 20 gold total for us, like for passage, and then
20
we
gold
have
for 6 days. If it takes longer than 6 days, an additional 20 gold for an additional 6 days.
20 gold. So if I give you 50 gold, so you're able to get whatever rations and necessities you need for your men as well as us, that should give us 2 weeks.
Yes. It's 50 gold, let's say 2 weeks.
Does that
I'll be kind, 15 days.
include the trip back, or just the trip there and for your time thereafter?
That is the trip there, plus an additional 9 days of your choice.
9. And
In
if
total,
we
that would be 6 days there, 6 days back, and 3 days in between.
if we are able to do it in less time than what we agreed to, do we get a refund of what we would not have cost because we would have taken less of your time than calculated?
We can discuss that at a later date if you wish.
I think that's reasonable. I think that's quite reasonable. I give
think it's-
him
I hand you 20 gold.
75 gold and say, for supplies for you, for supplies for us, and for your time, unless we need to give you more if it takes more time. That should be enough for enough supplies for a while.
And service is rendered.
You'll be ready by tomorrow then?
We can be ready by tomorrow. I will have a few of my boys up here. There are a lot of you, so we will need a few of you to help out while we are sailing. Minor tasks, but it will assist in the processes.
Can I get an insight check on this, man?
Sure. Make an
Go
insight
ahead.
check.
I was going to say, I would like to detect thoughts.
Feel free.
Why is that in chat? What?
Oh, ignore that. I grabbed
no.
the thing by accident.
I'm also going to fortune up with any of that.
Okay.
So 14.
14.
You 14. You get the feeling from this man that he is very direct and to the point. You wouldn't really know, but because hobgoblin. But other people know, like lizard folk are known for really not being very subtle creatures. For skimming his mind, Osiris, this man immediately is just thinking like holy shit, this is not a small amount of money he's being hired. He's like, this is a lot of money. This is great.
He doesn't
This
realize.
easily covers our costs plus extra.
Everyone needs a break every once in a while.
Yeah, you can tell this is like this guy's break. Like he probably makes most of his money doing minor trade trips between the chains and like other islands. And you basically given him like the equivalent of like 2 months profit just to take you guys there and drive around.
I give Osiris 20 gold as well to cover part of the costs.
I don't take it. I push it back in your chest. No, you know what I mean. I push it back towards you. No, it's
With
fine.
everyone in this group not wanting any money. Fine then. Should
Because
put it
you're gonna
away.
find a cool magic item in a shop and you're not gonna be able to pay for it.
I probably can't buy a cool magic item anyway. I don't have that much money.
Right. With that sorted, didn't catch your name, but I'll just call you Captain. We're gonna go find some lodging, just to rest up a tiny bit.
Okay. He takes the document of chartering vessel, seek to charter vessel. He signs it, takes it. He hands you a different document, which is the agreement of vessel charter, which states when they're going to be leaving as well. He's like, if anybody tries to stop you coming to the docks, show them that document. It lets them know we have an arrangement and you're allowed to be here.
Perfect.
Read over it.
It's just as that. It's like once you leave the docks, this lets you come back here tomorrow, so that way you can get the ship out.
And what name has he provided on the documents?
Captain Kara Longtail.
Is that Kara Longtail?
Yep.
Or one word?
Kara Longtail.
Are they a woman?
No, just Kara.
Huh? I have no idea.
They
how
are
that
a
ra-
person.
Married to
Very
Liz.
much.
I have no idea how that racial naming works.
They are a person.
They are a lizard folk.
Yeah.
They are married to Liz Tail from the Star
Damn
series.
it.
Disadvantage. I don't care
Oh.
what on.
Get
Disadvantage.
back in your hovel.
Alright,
Output just wants to
Captain
get off the
Longtail.
street.
What time do we depart? I'll look at everyone else. Dawn? Does anyone want to sleep in while we're here?
Dawn sounds reasonable.
Dawn sounds good to me.
Yeah, this place is hell. We leave at dawn.
We will be ready.
Where would you want to go first? Just so I can get my bearings.
Well, I'll open up our map and I'll say, this is roughly where we want to go.
What location is that for us as DMs?
What, sorry?
What location is
I'm
that
assuming
for
the
us
big
as
circle.
DMs?
Yeah, the big
Okay,
circle.
you want to go to one of the islands, like you
Yeah.
want to go to the island. Okay.
Because me and AJ had to know if you were heading to the Leatherback Isle, or if you were heading toward the real, your home island, or if you were heading to the middle of the ocean.
We're heading to the middle of the ocean. I can go home. Like,
Okay.
we
He
can get
looks-
dropped off home.
When you pointed that, he looks a little nervous, and then he looks at the 75 gold, and he's like, okay.
Oh, he understands the danger now.
Yep.
He understands the hazard pay I gave you.
Oh yeah, he now understands that what you were giving him is hazard pay.
Uh-huh. Captain, I nod, and I go leave his ship.
I'm gonna grab Cyrus by the fucking shell if we don't start moving.
I just said I'd get off the ship!
I know.
Yeah, you guys leave the ship. The captain looks at the money because you're a crazy guy. He looks at the money in his hand as you guys are walking away. He looks around, looks at the money again, immediately pulls out some kind of chest somewhere and starts putting the cash away, and then calls out. You see these two other lizard folk that are smaller come up from below deck, and one of them takes some money and jumps off the vessel and starts running past you all as they're heading towards the city, clearly to buy supplies.
All right. I'm gonna perception check to find some place we can get lodging.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hells yeah.
You make your way towards the city. You leave the docks and officially pass the gates to enter Vosklezer. When you enter the city itself, it is incredibly organized. It's probably the best way of putting it. The streets are organized in a near perfect grid fashion. Every single building has a very clearly denoted name on it. It even states you see a house and literally the building is listed as residential on a sign.
I hate this place.
The streets don't have names. They have either numerical or alphabetical
I
connotations.
legitimately hate this place.
Must suppress the urge to break of haze here.
Yeah, you guys start making your way through the city. Akbar, this is the opposite of what you're used to. You're kind of a chaotic person. This is the ultimate of
has
organization.
No order. Savannah has balance, it has no order though.
Yeah, this is a place that is clearly full of order and clearly lacking balance.
Would this be classified as a big church?
There are a lot of those.
And they probably just have church written on the front of them.
You need a document to enter the church and to do praise.
No,
Oh,
you need
it
a
would be.
document to mutter the word church.
God.
You need a document to walk on the footpath.
As you are going through, though, you do actually pass through, when you're looking for a place, you pass through the main center of the city, as you're journeying along, and you do pass through an area where these other two large pyramid structures are located. When you go past them, you notice that one of them is a temple to the god Orion, and the other is a temple to the god Grandula.
Huh.
Would I know these gods?
Yes, actually, I believe they're both well-known, not lesser gods, but other ones. Orion is the god of trade, deals, and coin. And Grandular is, I believe, the god of wilderness.
Yeah, wilderness and the hunt.
Oh,
Yep.
we probably should have asked for a document to check things, but that is tempting.
Got a hunt in nature.
Yep.
That is tempting.
Find a library of Labrana here.
Is there a
Yeah,
random
there's a lot
civilian
of
as we're walking?
Oh, there's heaps. This place is packed. Everyone walks on the correct side of the road as well.
And we did get a document to ask questions to people.
Yes, you have a document that lets you ask civilians to talk to civilians.
I waved the nearest one over.
If you want to know if you want to relate this to anything, that it's the Bureau of Information and Futurama terms of what's going on here, but for everything.
I waved the nearest NPC over.
Yeah, you'll ask over.
They look confused, but then they come over do I know you? It's
No,
like a Yanti man approaches.
No. But quick question for you. We forgot to ask, but do we need a document to enter one of the churches here?
I don't have a document to answer you.
Can I see which documents you have on you at the moment?
I ask it. Darius is carrying them?
Whoever can be carrying them. Some of you, there's some that every single one of you have to carry, like your rights to enter and leave and stuff.
I
Rights specifically talk to everybody else.
We have rights to essentially interact with people here and get lodging and then leave tomorrow.
I'm just inciting whether or not this person seems legitimate or if they just want to steal your document.
His name's Legitimate Larry.
I'm not going to
one
hand them
moment.
the document. I'm just asking questions, stating what we have.
Yeah, you say to them, he listens to the different documents. Okay. From what it sounds like, I believe you have document to enter a place of business or public location, so you would be allowed to enter the churches. Though I'm not sure if you have a document of right of worship, so you might not be able to take part in religious services. Though I believe there is an administrator in there who could get you one of those documents. You'd have to ask inside.
No, that is fine. Thank you. Are we allowed to give you a gold piece for your trouble?
Oh, yes. If you see here, it points to the bottom of the speaking civilians. There's a section on tipping.
Yeah, I give a gold piece for the trouble.
How much is it required to be tipped?
Depends on the state of the information. There's at least 3 paragraphs on how the correct type of tip.
They get a gold piece. I don't care.
He does not argue. Yep. He just God damn it. He doesn't even. He just takes a gold piece and just walks away. He's like, thank you.
I'm going to look for lodge that seems decent.
Can we try and find lodging that's not too far from there? I wouldn't mind checking it out later.
Okay. I look for lodging that's close to the church.
Sure. As you come there, I'll say if someone else wants to also assist, someone can make the roll with advantage. If you can make it because someone else is helping you, I'm assuming, so you can roll with advantage.
You know what I can do?
Guidance yourself.
By the gods.
Roll table.
Can I add guidance to that?
Wrong person.
No, I'm assuming I can't.
So that would be 17.
I'm desperate.
Yeah, after a bit of searching around, you managed to find a lodgement house near the area. It's a bit away. It's about a 5 or so minute walk from the center of the city. It's a little bit more pricey, given it's near the center of worship and whatnot, but it is a place you can stay in within the area.
Is this okay? Can this be okay?
It's okay, Christine. Yes, Akva's all over the place at the moment.
As I'll stay here, yeah, you can absolutely. I
She
believe.
is going off.
Yeah, she'll be able to.
Yeah, it's a.
Howard.
It seems to be a rest house called the Scaled Serpent.
Looking desperately to the rest of the groups. Can this be fine? Can we just go inside and not go anywhere?
Akva walks in.
Yeah, you go inside. it's very well made inside. Like the place looks a lot better than most locations you've stayed in. There's like nice plush couches, like leather couches are set up on areas. There's like these nice booths in different places. There's very carpeted stairs going up and everything. For a quick summary, just to make it easier for everyone, staying here is more expensive than normal tavern. It'll cost 2 gold per person per day, so 2 gold a person, which is not a crazy amount, for lodgement here.
How many of us are there? There's
Okay,
six.
gold.
I hand 2 gold.
Yeah.
Actually, I hand 4 gold.
Yeah, who's paying for Xavier? Yeah.
I guess it's a
I already
split
did
effort.
it.
Yeah, still got it.
Okay.
I got this one.
You know what? I'll cover for Tara since she's not here to say it.
And we'll just go over the whole, like, you go up, you discuss with them the thing, you get their rooms, you pay the fee, he hands you a document of proof of lodgement, you sign all the stuff, he signs a bunch of stuff, you pass over for, like, forms. And then, yeah, so you now have a document that lets you stay here tonight.
She's just like does all the things. Is like very, very like neutral face, slight eye twitching, and then just as it's all done, she just goes up to her room, puts her stuff on the ground, lays them on her bed, and just screams into her pillow.
Seems like everyone could use a night of rest.
Hey, Xavier,
Yes.
could you give me a perception check?
I got it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we're being followed, boys.
You
help. Fortune of the many.
Yeah, if you want. So what does that make it?
23.
23. So you've been keeping your eyes out because you're suspicious of pretty much everyone and everything that can possibly be tailing you guys.
Yeah.
And as everyone's going inside the building, you know, they're purchasing their rooms, assigning everything. You're just like looking around for a moment. You're looking out one of the windows, and there's a moment where you have to do a double take because you swear for a moment that you saw something fly past a window that looked very similar to a bone devil.
What?
What?
No. No.
You're gonna kill me tonight.
What?
Everybody, I go and I, as calmly and as paranoid as I possibly can, gather everybody in a single room.
I refuse.
I will insist you come into the
Just
room.
go into Christine's room.
No, I refuse. Like,
I'll pass the message on to Christine in a moment.
No, this is very important. We appear to be followed by Bone Devil.
What now?
Bone Devil. Fiend.
and
We're being followed by it.
And unintentionally an infernal. Could it be the one that I tried to speak to that other time?
How did it get here then? This is not exactly like a 20-minute fly from Gizland.
Perhaps it's been following us a bit longer.
Like, I mean, we crossed a whole ocean.
It can fly.
I'm
Apple
pretty
tree
sure
was taken
devils
with
even
the-
get exhausted.
It could have hung on the back of a ship.
Alright, let's see. Do I have anything? I'll go to ritually cast comprehend languages,
Yep.
and then when that's done, where is it? I'll start looking around for it.
You
I'll use
just
all my things. I'll use detect thoughts. I'll try and just perceive.
Yeah,
Like,
roll,
I want to go to the bottom of this. Not
roll
in this
perception.
do you
Guidance.
leaving the building?
I'll go outside
Yeah.
and I'll go outside and I'll use
Like,
the
I'll make it
divine sense.
obvious that I'm looking for it.
As what's the radius for Divine Sense?
60 feet, not behind total cover.
Yeah.
And what's your range on detect thoughts? Is 30 feet?
there you were.
Scroll through now. Yeah, 30
So-
feet.
To just be clear, they're going outside out the front door?
I assume.
Sure.
Is
I
there a
wanna say-
These,
window?
these rooms have little balconies. Like, they're really nice
Oh, okay.
rooms.
Oh, if there's a balcony, then I'll go over the balcony.
As
Then I'll go
you
outside.
as you both pop these spells, you. Oh, sorry, actually, barrage was just the basic thoughts of like a whole bunch of people walking in the street, and your divine sense fails.
Fails to find anything, or fails?
Yeah, fails
Yeah.
to find anything.
I want to go out and just have a brief look around to see like if I can spot it at all.
You go ahead.
What'd you say? Sorry.
I wanna
She wants
have,
to
like,
look
a-
for it.
Yeah, sorry, am I a bit low today?
A little bit.
I can hear you fine.
Yeah.
but That's just me. Maybe I got you turned up.
Since I haven't made many rolls today, I'm just gonna use my inspiration.
Go ahead.
And considering fiendish nature, I want to try like basically try to flavor the favor of the gods for this as like a way of a sort of a fiendish connection to see if I can detect something.
Mhm.
If there's any kind of presence nearby, so I'll be using favor by the gods for that. Whoop, and 2d4, and whoop,
Alright, so
unnatural 20.
with the 20, you go out into your balcony and look around, kind of focusing on this like fiendish aspect of yourself, trying to see if you can kind of be in tune with those energies. You can't really tune into those energies very well. There's nothing that you can perceive through like energy and whatnot,
Okay.
but you do see something.
Yeah.
You see two imps. They're
Two
about
imps in a trench coat.
no. There's two imps that are about 40, 50 feet down in the street that appear to be flying alongside this Yonti man, who is being carried on like a palanquin, like one of those chairs that people carry.
Yeah.
And it's just he's being carried along by like four other individuals. Like there's like two large lizard men and two dragonborn. Like carrying this man along. These imps are flying next to him. One of them is scribbling on a pad furiously as he's talking to it, and the other one is like floating next to him, holding like this box.
It's a contract city, of course.
And he's
Yeah,
just talking to them.
I sort of see that. I sort of like the imps look like they're carrying out a task per se, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they're particularly something. And then while you're watching, Xavier, how long does your detect good and the thing last? It's only like one round, isn't it?
Yeah, divine sense is 1 round, but detect good and evil, which I can cast, is concentration up to 10 minutes.
So, I'm in divine sense, yeah. So you don't define anything, but
I will detect evil and good then.
sure.
It's a smaller range, but it lasts for 10 minutes, and it can penetrate a foot of stone, an inch of common metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood and dirt.
Well, you
Just
guys,
do good
you're
old
able to
perception.
eventually, all those who go outside and like look, like it's pretty obvious after a little bit. You see this dude going down the street, these two imps with him, and then a decent commotion is caused as one of the imps calls out in common, is like, "Clear the way!" And people start like moving aside as the bone devil just drops out of the sky and lands in the street in front of the man, who he then hands a parcel and it takes off again.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I sort of like see that. Sort of think like a few seconds, just be like, okay, that's how it is. Makes sense. This is a contract city after all. I'm not fucking surprised. And I'm just gonna walk back inside. I'm just gonna go back to my room.
And this guy just keeps going down the street. Like people are like moving out of the way as he comes down, but he's like just moving around. No one seems to even be questioning too much, aside from clearing the space around him.
Perhaps we're all on a little edge.
Sooner we're out
Would
of
I-
this stupid city, the better.
Would I be able to gather if my teachings at the temple ever taught me that this particular city is known for signing of infernal contracts and stuff like that, or
You can make your like a history or religion check. You're too worked up.
I'm too paranoid at the moment. I'm getting my slaying through.
Xavier, how about you go sit down?
This place sucks.
Just maybe everyone should sit down, not go outside, and probably stay away from the windows.
I think that sounds good. I might have to sign a contract for opening a window, you know?
I think you're all overreacting. They seem to be just filling out a task like a normal contract would.
And that's why I'm telling everyone to rest, Christine.
Would this sort of stuff happen in Ghislaine? Like,
No.
no contracts and stuff like that.
You sometimes see imp familiars with warlocks because warlocks exist in Ghislaine. People have that, but you've never seen a full-on bone devil. Like, this is something that Xavier specifically would recognize given his training against the Antiplanar. Like, the rest of you see this very fiendish-looking monstrosity made of bone. Like, you probably don't. Not all of you recognize it as a bone devil. That's not a common thing in Ghislaine. Summoning demons and devils is usually frowned upon, as you have to normally kill someone to do so.
But people
Yes.
totally do that stuff. Maybe not so much like in
Wait,
the
what?
capital, but you know, she's just kind of like, well, of course, a contract city would have contracts, all different kinds of contract. If I ever have to sign a contract again, I might lose my mind.
I'm just gonna go get everyone a round of drinks.
To fill out a contract to buy a round.
I don't care.
Do they have
We already
wine?
did. We already finished.
You know what? What kind of drink would you like, Xavier? What do you drink?
A lot of his enemies.
I already
Is that
told you.
racist?
Negative.
Try as not to smile.
Who's been spreading that rumor that hobgoblins drink blood? Don't.
Racist idiots. Don't listen to Osiris, he's just being silly.
I'll have some water.
Water? Water's boring.
I'm just saying, Akbar's already left the room. He's actually just going to get you
I'd
all a drink.
rather not have my senses dulled at this current moment, at this current place, at this current time.
Just set up an alarm or something, it'll be fine. Actually, maybe don't do that because might have a contract that we need to
We have a
sign.
contract. We have a contract for spell signing, for casting spells.
Well, there you go. You just
I
go
made
out the
sure
place.
specifically to get.
I just need one drink, and then I'm just going to sleep, and I'm going to pretend that I'm not here, and then we can get out of this stupid place and
So,
get this done.
in the time they're going on about that, is Akbar able to go down, get like a bottle of wine or two and like 7 glasses? Wait, 1, 2, 3, yeah.
Yes.
Or wooden cups. I don't know how we're drinking it, but
Ceramic or glass or whatever.
What is he ordering?
What quality of wine are you getting?
you know
Because
what?
this place has the cheapest bottle you can buy is probably about at least 5 gold. And there's bottles here that are like a 200 gold bottle of wine.
He's
So what do you
not-
want? Do you want a Deportly or a Penfolds?
He's on the cheaper side because I know a typical bottle of wine's about 10 GP, so he'll probably pay. Honestly, he'll do the 10 GP if that's available, which is not the cheapest, but it's not like
It's
the
not
most
the
expensive.
fruity Lexia. It's
It-
not
it-
fruity
it's-
Lexia.
It's like buying, say,
It's like the Brown Brothers.
Hey, I like that.
I'd say
stuff.
higher than Brown Brothers. Like,
Yeah, but
you can.
Fruity
You can
Lexia
sell
makes you
brown brothers.
sexier.
Brown Brothers is great.
Yeah, this place wouldn't sell goon.
I'm a cheap wine guy.
But yeah, basically gets a 10 GP bottle of wine, or whatever quality that is,
You got
brings
any
it up,
spring roll?
sort of, knocks on the door with a foot. Unless they didn't, I
Yeah.
would have closed on the way out. Knocks on the door with a foot.
I assume someone opens the door.
You open the door, I am excited for wine.
Pour yourself a drink. Did Christine leave the room?
Oh yeah, I left it like as soon as I saw like all stuff outside. I just went back to my room.
Cool. Everyone get a drink.
I will.
I'll pour.
Cast spells of alarm.
Yeah,
Another one before we go to bed, and the first one will be Weinstein to get Slayer, my watchdog, or watcher for us.
I'm assuming not in the full form.
His proper form.
Yeah, dog.
I'm not like the best with things, Selena, but I'm gonna go and try and offer a drink to your sister.
Good luck.
Maybe she'll open up.
She seems
She
more like
got
a
better.
rosé woman.
Well,
Probably.
Honestly-
it's free wine for her, so
You have a better chance of getting her to have a drink than I do. Thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
Akfor will go do that, leaving them all to converse if need be. Pours 2 glasses, carries them.
I start pouring people drinks, whether they want them or not.
Yeah, I'd probably like say like hear a knock on the door or something. I'd let Arkham in. I imagine he just comes in and sits down, and I'd probably, without really much saying anything, just seeing him sit drinking something, would after a bit of pause be like, "What does he want?" To just kind of sit down next to him and just partake, really, without really
Yeah.
saying anything.
Akfor doesn't say anything. He simply holds out the glass to, sort of do cheers.
You said you bought like 2 bottles, right? So you left one in the room, left one with us.
Yeah. So sorry. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me deduct another plat. I just realized.
I was just wondering, like, because that's what you said.
Yeah. No. Sorry. I brought one bottle in with us, the 2 glasses, and left the other one for the rest. And whatever's left from this, I guess they'll drink later.
Yeah, she seems like mostly out of it, like in the sense of she's not. She's avoiding like a lot of things. But yeah, probably like through the drinks, it's like very clear that like she is just drinking and drinking, not really paying attention to herself personally.
Mind if I share something, Christine?
Yeah, you can go for it.
It's been a very long time since I sat down to just have a drink with someone.
Is that so?
While we're on the ship, I'm glad I didn't break this magic stick you offered.
It's fine. At the moment, I'm not really using it. I have other things.
There was some rage that came out then. I have no idea how to explain it to anyone here. I'm not planning to explain it to you exactly either, I just want you to know, sitting here in mostly silence drinking is nice.
Well, I mean, I feel like if anyone can understand maybe that kind of feeling, probably I could at least have a perspective, I guess.
Think of it like seeing things you've done, places you've harmed others in a sense. There
Like
was no
mirage of sorts?
screams, there was no blood. It
Almost
was
like
like...
I was gonna say, almost like a mirage of sorts, overlaying reality.
It was like between the room and the bright light up on the deck, there was several buildings. Wood, stone, gravel. A room filled with smoke. There are things I don't remember. And I don't think anyone in this party will ever find out what it is that truly drives my focus.
Does that matter?
It doesn't.
I feel like just having it is enough, really. I stopped caring about where exactly most of this comes from. All it's done is just, well,
Brings you pain, right?
yeah.
Well, how about a cheers to 2 somewhat broken souls?
She, like, most of the time she's kind of just had a bit of a downish look. Like, probably for the first time that night, her look doesn't go to a smile per se, but just sort of a more like mutual understanding and a bit of a just sort of like the understanding of perspective between each other, and just, yeah, she will hold forward her glass towards you.
With the clang of the glass, it probably goes back to silence for a bit. Assuming
imagine.
Christine doesn't kick Akfor out, you will probably honestly just sleep on the floor.
No, I don't think she would. And she'd probably like, if there's a point where you stop drinking, like she'd probably keep going.
He stops at some point just to close his eyes.
Yeah, man.
That's a way of saying that he doesn't come back to the rest of the group.
What's everyone else doing this time?
Or is it
Trying
just...
to get to Xavier to drink.
No.
I dare you.
No.
If you don't drink it, I will.
How old
I
are you?
mean, I am old enough.
Then you can go ahead and drink.
Thank you. She takes your glass.
Tara also drinks.
Drinks
think she will.
fast. From her glass, holding yours, preparing to drink that too.
So is anyone planning on leaving the rooms and doing things today in the city, or are you all just choosing to huddle up and hide inside and hide away from this strange and, well, horribly organized and terribly directed city?
That.
That one.
Okay.
Sleeping.
As you all fall asleep and wake up the next day, as you all wake up again pre-dawn to go get to the ship, Sclera walks into the room with her mouth holding a couple things.
Okay.
You see small little business cards made out of like hide that just say airtight deals, contract work, and perfect scribes.
There's a little address written underneath it, and there's a little symbol of an imp giving like a thumbs up.
And there's also another vellum document that says failure to recognize familiar 5GP fee.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, I totally realised they would have a magic shop here. Yeah,
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Yep, I totally forgot about that.
We have the ability to commerce, but we told the captain that we'd leave today. And
Yeah, not a bit. I send a sending and say, check that. We will be an hour or two after dawn.
Okay.
I'd like to check out a magic shop, please.
I think we'll do that next time, though. As
Do we have enough time for some light bants or
Yeah,
or
totally.
Yeah.
people? Because I wanted to like maybe have a little conversation with the is it the green that are here as we're having a drink.
yeah, go ahead.
Cyrus, Xavier, and
what do you
Tara.
plan on doing after all of this?
All of this is kind of it's a lot. Like,
Is there something that you've always wanted to do that you've never been able to do? I mean, you're probably the most traveled out of all of us.
I mean, I think it's in poor taste if I say resurrect the dead, but I've always wanted to try snowboarding in like the snow peaks. I haven't tried that before.
what is snow?
You
It's
would know
like-
a lot of what snow is, Xavier.
It's like solid water.
Oh yeah. I'm just shitting your word. We've had a lot of snow in the Skywatch.
Have I heard of snowboarding?
They use
Probably
like
not.
really thick tree bark, and you like slide down it.
God damn it.
That sounds very dangerous, but also kind of fun.
So,
Back would love that.
like, did you all just sleep in the one room then?
Sure, why not? It would have
I
cost
probably
more.
just slept on the couch.
There was an alarm set outside the door.
Yeah.
She would have just like been chilling on the couch, like with the conversation. Then she would have just passed out on the couch.
I mean, to be fair, we've basically passed out in like my room.
Xavier,
Yes.
is there something that you want to do that you have plans on doing in the future? Something that doesn't involve fighting and revenge and all this fun stuff that we seem to be doing?
No.
Is there anything that you would... Nothing at all?
really. Just, I would like to spend the rest of my days, after everything is said and done, hang my coat up from the hook, just relax. I know I'll never get the chance to, because, frankly, I've done way too much to be forgiven for what I've done.
Let's try to
But
not. Let's not do this. We need light moments. Let's just try to forget of all the awful things that are happening right now, and just sit here, drink our wine, and try to think of things that we'd like to do, that we would like to do.
I just want to rest, honestly. Well, Cyrus, that's what you did, right? You just rested for like a long time, did nothing.
I wouldn't say nothing. I would commute to Ghislaine every so often to maybe play a show, but that was more just for self-fulfillment rather than anything else, but I didn't do anything too strenuous. It was just spend my days one at a time.
I would
Basically
love
what-
to learn how to play an instrument and perform.
Listen.
Ghislaine has a incredible bard college.
I
Nothing
don't
can
think
stop
that
you.
they'd let me enroll, personally.
What makes you
Look,
think that?
I
It
think
is
that I
like,
might be locked away for, being a fugitive.
yeah, but you said when everything is all said and done at the end of this, that has probably been fixed in that hypothetical. You still
Fair point.
could. Or if you want, maybe I could give you a lesson here and there. It's not incredibly hard.
Okay.
I wanna know how to play the war drum. It is very simple, very easy, very efficient.
I like string instruments.
Strings are weird.
They're pretty.
Why would you kill an animal, make an instrument out of its, innards, when you could spend those very good innards to, put in stew to eat for sustenance?
What do you
Does
think
not make
war
sense.
drums are made of?
They're made of
Wait,
animal hide,
no.
which we
Hang,
use for
hang on a minute.
clothing.
What do you think strings are made of?
Specifically guts.
Innards. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Let me.
I
Guts.
thought they were
So-
metal.
No. So there are different types of strings that you can get for your different instruments. But the most common one that is used is like spider
like-
silk. It's just woven spider silk.
Oh, spider silk?
Yeah.
That is interesting.
It's just
I didn't know
woven around like on top of itself a whole lot of times, and then it's just tensioned, and that's it. Nobody gets hurt in the making of this. There's probably, I don't know where they would be, but spider silk farms.
that. Except for maybe spiders, and I don't think anyone really likes spiders all that much.
And you're in
Very
the
efficient creatures.
you're in the
Less
wrong
so-
concordant if you don't like spiders.
Oh.
Camera cuts away to like another building where a full-on like tarantula hawk is just like crawling up the side of someone's house.
I
Oh
thought you were gonna
no, I
say where
don't
there was,
know
like-
that.
Like what are the arachnid people called?
Etiquettes?
Like driders? I don't know if they've got other names or non-evil names.
And it caps of what took Narisian away and when he died.
No, that was Christine.
Yeah.
Thanks, Darian.
Well,
Welcome.
and it caps of the reason why Narisian died,
No.
apart from Christine.
Because there's like
Hey.
dark elf driders and whatnot, but that's not a commonly known thing in this world.
Oh. okay.
That's Elven.
You thinking of
Alright,
It's
Heracles?
elven and underdarky.
There's Arachnis, but I don't think that
I mean, there's the good old Aragogs, but I don't think you want their silk.
The closest to spiders, like as a people, are the three crane.
Yeah.
And they're more like ant people-ish.
I mean, if you
Ant-Man,
consider
yo?
what a lot of string instruments were originally made of, it was always known as catgut, which is
That's what I was saying.
Nice.
Yeah, I was trying to pull shit out of my ass. I was gonna say horsehair, but that's what the bow and a violin is made of.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah.
say.
That is like she wants to learn to play like a violin.
So I just BS'd some spider silk because I think that's cool.
That's cool, and now can.
Huh? That works. Yeah, make it up. You
Well,
play.
Violin strings are apparently made of varying materials, including catgut, sheep intestine,
Oh, wow.
nylon, and steel.
So yeah, catgut or sheep intestine back then.
He was right.
I was right.
No, I,
Catgut
I didn't know that.
Catgut is sheep
Didn't know
intestine.
that either.
That's just a name
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah, it's often either cow or sheep. But
yeah, I knew what we were going for, Davido.
I did.
That's
Nor did I.
nasty.
you don't want to look at what fish line was made of.
What shoe would you make, Uncle?
Anyway, back to scene.
I feel like after a bit of like back and forthing about this sort of stuff, like at one point, like I guess the conversation sort of diverts towards just Osiris and Xavier talking, and then like they just look back over and Selena's just asleep, holding her drink like perfectly, like you know, like those people who can fall asleep and still hold like a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
She's doing that.
Xavier would grab his cloak and put it over her.
Kids these days don't know how to drink.
Yeah. The camera pans and Terra is like already unconscious in the corner.
She's just under the table.
Yeah.
Ugvor never made it back to the room.
She's doing that like
No, he
goblin
never
like
did.
anime girl thing where they just like pass out under the table with like the line of drool.
Put the pelt over Terra. These kids are gonna get. These kids are just going to enjoy themselves, aren't they?
Well, it's the only way to live life these days.
Getting crunk.
I want to know that like he put like the cloak and the pelt on, which is very sweet, but like 5 feet away there are beds. he just didn't even
Yeah,
bother
leave him
put him on the
Leave him
bed. He just put a cloak on. This will
Selena's
do.
like in a chair, that's fine.
Girl sleep on the floor.
Someone has to like pry the wine glass out of her hand and then pick her up and put her in bed without waking her
I don't know if anyone's going to use a bed tonight.
No.
Also specify for you, Osiris, this place absolutely has a room specifically built for torture.
Yo!
That is
up. Hell
true.
yeah.
True.
With proper turtle beds.
So Osiris is gonna be the only one sleeping in a bed tonight.
Yeah,
I told-
Osiris sleeps in a bed.
A total bed isn't just a big old nest made
It's a bed.
of like fabric.
It's like cushions and blankets and stuff. And
It does its job. It's comfy.
Good old pillow thoughts.
And as you all wake up on the 22nd, you're given a business card with a little devil on it and a fee you now have to pay for not declaring sclera. As you all decided to quickly put on hold your dawn leaving and make way to the nearest magic shop to try and get some goods.
Hope everyone got a good night's sleep.
for once,
Slept
they
on-
did.
I
Yeah.
slept on cat fur.
I think everyone's going to sleep, and then with that,
Sinus is gonna hate you in the morning.
Oh, hell yeah, they will.
At
and,
least Aqua is soft.
Soft boy.
Imagine you shed like a motherfucker, especially in this climate.
Uh, I mean, we paid for the rooms. That means we paid for cleanup, so...
Just take some sleep and it's fine.
Darian Googles how bad do lions shed.
I imagine
It's,
it'd be like, because they have that kind of like short hair, like I don't know. I don't
need to
really
know that
what
answer, by
lion
the way.
hair is like. I imagine it's kind of like those really short-haired dogs.
Wild cats groom themselves just like domestic cats do. They shed hair, swallow it, and eventually it balls up in their stomach.
Yep.
Nice.
so as much as
Wildcats shed specifically to thin their hair out so they don't become too heat dense. Especially lions' manes shed just to thin the mane out during the hotter seasons.
It's getting in the colder seasons, but you're in the hot place now.
Yeah.
It's
So
more
it's
about
just
the
as normal.
humidity, because lions are supposed to be in the habitat where it's hot, not necessarily where there's like more moisture in the air than there is in the fucking sea.
Arid.
Yeah, honestly, it probably feels horrible for like for Jacoby here. It's all wet and sticky, and
It's fine.
But yeah.
Can I imagine the rooms were magically conditioned?
probably very nice rooms.
Kept the air out.
Ours is magically conditioned though.
Nah, fuck that.
I will make a point before next session. But before we properly get into next session, I will go and pay the fine for having my dog cat.
You seemed it. I am starting to think, I really am becoming a therapy cat as a persona now too.
You
I love it.
really are.
You kind of are, dude. Like, you're doing this to yourself.
I fucking love it.
Found the most vulnerable character. in
I
your
literally like messaged Sam like after it cut away from us. I was like, would Catman not mind someone sleeping on their fur? And he just said, yeah, girl, sure.
The offer's been put out to other people before, so.
Yeah,
Yeah, Mauritians.
Yeah,
Cause
Missy.
cause she drank.
Are
a
you
lot, and I was
becoming
just
a
like,
new
fuck her.
Mauritian? Are you taking
No.
his spot?
Like, cause in my mind, it's like she drank a lot. She's not really just in good mindset. Can't get to bed. I'm just gonna lay on cat.
I imagine the percentage was like, Chikuva maybe, well, Arthur went maybe through a third of the bottle.
Yep.
Steve probably went through the other 2/3.
I'd
Yep.
say it's the very unique spell. Instead of lay on hands, it's lay on cat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
equal amount of healing.
But if cat become liquid, then how do you sleep on
See,
liquid?
by laying on cat, I have benefited from the cure wounds spell, but it's mental wounds because it's cat.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: if a cat is a liquid, therefore
a
Jacuba
water
isn't wet because of the climate. Because water isn't wet.
No,
Is
the best
water
part
really
is-
wet?
And
I,
the
ima- I have this, like, in my head, I'm imagining, like, they both wake up. Christy and Arthur don't have to say a word, but they won't tell anyone.
No, absolutely not. It's one of those things where it's like she probably wakes up with just like a bunch of fur like all over her. She just kind of just doesn't say anything. It just kind of goes back to what she was doing in the morning.
Now the real question is, does Christine being part devil shed for hair?
I don't think so.
Everything about this
I'm
whole
not
thing
answering
is,
this question.
I like
You
that
have
it's so
long hair.
innocent. It's
I
so
do have long
innocent
hair.
and nice. It's just two friends just comforting each other, and like to everyone else, it's kind of like, what just happened?
Yeah, they were roommates.
I'm not gonna lie. I have been re-listening to all of Homestuck, and I've gotten through some of the best and the better parts, and I'm just like, I'd ship it.
Oh, Christ.
He is just. Aqua is just bulky Nepido. Except not shipping. Just actual therapy.
Philosophy and therapy.
Wait, does
How?
that mean I'm Mexican except without the lewd?
No.
This means Arthur now has a PhD in philosophy and therapy.
It's just if Nepeta was Kanaya.
I have no idea what any of you are talking about.
That's
I mean,
good.
Neither.
Keep it that way.
It's like
I'm gonna find
That
out.
Arthur could take on.
Alright. I think we're rambling.
We are.
It hot. I want to switch this off and sleep.
No,
That's fair.
No, 2 more out now.
Well, concerned we have a session in tomorrow, I assume.
Yeah. If I'm not dead from the heat. Even though it should cool down, but who
Well,
knows
it's
what
hot.
this is gonna do.
It's fucking like 36 down here in Taz, which is about, 40 something.
We're at 38.
It's only 28 up here.
Okay. But further south, it was 36.
But yeah.
I did want to go bed.
It's all the west.
Oh, alright.
So, no, it's all good. Do any stream people have any stream things that they just talk about?
I'm making good progress on the map on stream.
That's good.
Hell yeah.
Next
I think-
week,
I'm up to these. Yeah.
Choose.
I'm here first. Does that count?
Yeah, it does.
Em is not here, but I do believe she does want to stream. She's just a bit under the weather.
No, fair enough. Tomorrow is more Yakuza Kiwami 2 for me. Like the game, gonna be fun. Free for All Tuesday is still gonna be Free for All Tuesday for a bit. It sounds like
It might have to become something else.
we might have to think of another thing and maybe retire Zelda.
Put it on Thursday for a time being.
Payday's free, let's go, yeah.
Look, all I'm saying is that whatever was happening on Tuesday might just be full Thursday only for me, so we'll see.
We'll have a look. We'll see what's going
Have a
on.
chat.
See?
Oh god, no, please. Yes.
Wednesday is more Koromon. It's just Pokemon, but other monsters, and it's pretty cool. I evolved guys. And then Thursday's Pokemon. We had the fucking snowball effect, and it was all Kay's fault.
Wait, hold on!
You lost Squecker, and then that caused a chain of events that lost all of our good friends.
We lost another two, and we had to bullshit our way through that one.
That's because it was a fucking Jirachi, and apparently the only Jirachi that used Psychic.
Fuck you. I don't deserve this bullshit.
Okay, you lost Volbeat, and you lost my Sceptile, so I'm gonna end your existence.
Sounds like a loving family. It's
I
beautiful.
can't wait for the fusion soul lock we're gonna do.
I'm sorry for that, by the way.
I don't think I'm gonna get attached to the fusions, I'm not gonna lie.
You got a point. I have two attached to some of these
How's that
people.
gonna work with the Fusion Soul Lock? Is it one half the
discussed rules.
Pokemon?
God, I was so tilted. I hope I don't come back next week being tilted again. But, fuck. I had to quit.
It's so good. I did my grinding, so it's all back. And we'll be back next week for session 6. I think 6 of Guardians Rebirth. Another homebrew D&D campaign where they're in an isekai land and they have to not be there. It's fun.
I missed that.
We had a week off because someone was on holidays. You know what? Good for them. And we're back in 2 weeks' time for session 44 of Echoes of the Forgotten, where they are apparently in their most hated place now. I didn't really intend for this place to be like
This place
hated.
is like above everything.
This is just like
Sucks.
we were just
This
like.
place, this place is worse than that fucking zoo place we were in.
I'm fine with this place. It makes sense to me.
It's over the top bureaucracy.
We
Yeah,
would,
that's-
And
just
the
get
fact
over
that
it.
You've got people that grew up with that were trained specifically for bureaucracy and how much they hate it and disdain it.
Get over
Well,
it.
if you want to know, the entire existence of the city was because we decided Yonti are incredibly ambitious. So what if we just took ambition and tied bureaucracy into it to make it the most inefficient bureaucratic nightmare of a city ever?
Oh god.
I hate it.
Place reminds me of the smell of like cleaning products like Windex.
Oh yeah.
It's too
It smells
tiny.
lovely.
Reminds me of hospital hand sanitizer.
Oh,
Things are being done in an organized fashion, and I think that's fine.
oh, that triggers me.
This
I
is
agree.
so orderly. It makes me want to go back.
This is
to
like
the fucking absolute.
I said this to Zara. This is exactly like the Azeroth situation where really nothing happened and everyone was like, "Fuck
I'm
Azeroth,"
fine.
and then this is just like, yeah, you have to fill in a bit of paperwork for the bit,
you.
and you're like, "Fuck you, worst place."
Yeah,
All right, okay.
That is our God-given right.
Just a little bit of paperwork.
let it
Just
be
a
on the
little.
record that I'm fine. This
Minor
place is great.
inconvenience.
How dare you inconvenience me even slightly?
Leave to sleep.
But for
Edit
now,
out.
for now, we're gonna leave.
Teammates? Okay, yeah, that's fine. Slightly inconvenience me with paperwork. Oh my god, you're my worst enemy.
Good night, everybody.
Night, everybody.
Press the button.